Good morning. We are now starting Class 1, all other breeds. We welcome you to the 51st Annual North American International Livestock Exposition and our Market Lamb Show. We are now showing all other breed market lambs. We're going to make that first call for Dorper Class number 2 market lambs. Class 2 Dorper market lambs, first call to the RSG holding ring. At this time, I would like to welcome our judge, Matt Kennedy from Waller, Texas. He is a Texas A&M graduate. He was on the 2002 National Champion Livestock Judging Team. Matt also judged the National Wool Judging Team at Texas A&M, where he also received his ruminant nutrition degree, master's degree in ruminant nutrition in 2007. Matt AIs over 9,000 ewes a year across the country. If you would, let's put our hands together and welcome Matt Kennedy, our market lamb judge. We're going to make that second call for that Class 2 Dorper lambs at this time. Second call, Class 2 Dorper lambs. We're making that third and final call for Class 2 Dorper market lambs. If you have a Dorper market lamb, you need to be in the RSG holding ring at this time. Third and final call for Dorper market lambs to the RSG holding ring.
Well, good morning. A great opportunity to be here. Kind of a bucket list deal for anybody that gets to, put on a tie and a shirt and some slacks to get out in the middle of a ring. Is to be out there on these green shavings and getting us started. I think it was a little bit rough go, as obviously the classification was a little tough. Not to say that there was a bad job by any means. I agree with it totally. But as you get in here, you got to kind of sort through and try to find sheep that work within the remaining 6 we have out here. And I think the 2 Suffolk appearing sheep are going to do that for me pretty quickly. I think between that pair, I think a better quality kind of animal that starts out. I think one that's better in his chest floor. He's better at the base of his shoulder. He's better up top in terms of the way he's built down his top line. That one's trimmer to the touch and still has plenty of muscle in relation to his frame size. I think the one there in second, powered up, real stout, real wide. If you want to switch that pair from a power standpoint, I don't argue that, but I just don't think that one's quite as well built. I think he's kind of deeper and plainer in his forerib. I don't think that one's upper hip's quite as unique maybe as that Class Winners is. and you know, one that just kind of just not quite as attractive for me from the side, but still a nice sheep there in second. I think we get to the fine wool sheep here in third. I like that one everywhere but his hind leg. I think if we could get that one's hind leg to stay more stable and stay more in terms of his hock placement, I think we move that one up because I still think there's some cutability advantage. And again, I still think there's some body quality advantages to that one over the one there in second. But that one's hind leg is just too disturbing for me to move him up any higher. As we get down to the next one in line in the Horn Dorset, kind of a sheep here. Another one you like in terms of his touch right behind his shoulder, but I think he kind of planes out when you go back. That one's hip needs to be opened up a little bit and be a little bit stouter as he hits the ground and right there at his stifle as well. I think the kind of hair sheep appearing one that comes next in line, that was just kind of overdone for me in terms of his condition and body wall there. That one's kind of chubby as you read him up front through his chest. He's chubby over his forerib. That one's got plenty of muscle in him, but just needs to be trimmed up, like we said. As we end up with a Katahdin type kind of sheep here, one for me, just not quite the show ring presence as we find in the rest of them, but still one that's functional. He's sound. He gets around and moves well. A nice class to get us started. Congratulate those kids, if you would, as we work into that next breed.
We are now showing Class 2 Dorper market lambs weighing 84 to 155 pounds. No, you were champion. Our results of our All Other Breeds class. Sixth goes to Aubrey Thompson, Ohio. Fifth goes to Madison Pierce Leverty, Ohio. Fourth, Lauren Fry, Indiana. Third, Sage Korzinski, Texas. Our reserve champion in second place in our All Other Breeds goes to Caden Parks, Indiana. And our champion of our All Other Breeds division and first in class goes to Cade Menon, Indiana. We are currently showing Class 2 Dorper Market Lambs. First call, Class 3 Dorset Market Lambs weighing 115 to 178 pounds. First call, Dorset Market Lambs 115 to 178 pounds to the RSG holding ring. If you would, let's show our appreciation to the young people as we dismiss them off the rail. Going to make that second call for Dorset, class number 3, lambs weighing 115 to 178 pounds. If you are in the Dorset breed, you need to be headed toward the RSG makeup ring. Second call, class 3, Dorset market lambs. Market lamb exhibitors, we're making that third and final call for class number 3, Dorset market lambs weighing 115 to 178 pounds. Exhibitors, please pay attention to our announcements and our calls to class. We will not hold up the class for you to show up in the holding ring. So you do need to follow our instructions and be in that holding ring. We're going to make the third and final call, class number 3, Dorset market lambs in the RSG holding ring. For those of you that want to conclude your market lamb project over the weekend, we do have a lamb buyer that is located at column C8 on the dock. They are paying $1.70 a pound. They are there now, and they will be there throughout the day today. So if you want to sell your lamb today, you can go to the dock at C8, and they are giving $1.70 a pound.
a nice set of Dorper sheep out here, and I think the one we start with for me is the one that kind of puts some things together in terms of his forerib and his body and his shape and his just athletic look from the side. I think that one props up nice. I think he's got a good build to him in terms of his side profile. I think where he beats the one in second is his shoulder angle's better. That one just comes together really, really good. I think his back's relaxed. I think you get on top of him. That one's got big shape right behind his shoulder. He's really smooth in terms of the way he transitions. He's one stout enough from behind. And I think just really, really good in terms of just being a nice, solid sheep in terms of his build. I like the sheep here in second in terms of just sheer shape. I think he's better there, but he's too upright in his shoulder for me. I just don't like him right there at the base of his chest and the way his shoulder lays in him. And you can kind of see that as he travels. He wants to roll over and kind of get down in his neck a little bit. I think if we lay him back in his shoulder and make him a little bit better in terms of the front part of his skeleton, I think that one can work up because that one's probably just a little bit stouter and a little bit shapelier in terms of his muscle. But again, I just think we need to change him structurally. The big muscled one comes here in third. I think you get in behind this one, no doubt. That one's the biggest stifled. He's the biggest ended. I think with that, though, he's a shorter, rounder, hipped one in this group, and especially in this trio. And I think you start analyzing that one in terms of the way he's built as he walks. He just wants to get too under himself and too round in terms of the way he carries his hip and hind leg. On the prop, that one's awful good. But, again, we just need to make him a little bit truer in terms of the way he handles his hind leg. I think the one next in line takes an awesome picture from the side. Not enough of that one for me. He just needs to be blown apart in his lower forerib. I think as we get on down to fifth, I think another one that props up nice and handles tremendously good. Watch this one when he leaves. He just doesn't want to handle his head and neck quite as good. He's laboring a little bit in terms of the way he handles his front end, and the base of his chest isn't quite as good. And I think that's what kind of gets him. If he doesn't maintain himself quite as natural on the walk, and that kind of what falls out for me and runs him down to fifth. But again, another nice set out here. I think two really nice sheep up in the top end of that deal. Congratulate those kids, please.
We are now bringing Class 3 Dorset Market Lambs weighing 115 to 178 pounds to the ring. We're now showing Class 3 Dorset Market Lambs. Our results of Class 2 Dorper Market Lambs. 10th goes to J.C. Oldenburg, Oklahoma. 9th, Nate Thomas, Oklahoma. 8th, Jacoby Geiger, Kansas. 7th, Jackson McCarty, Wisconsin. 6th, Powell Moore, Texas. 5th, Hannah Catherine Jones, Mississippi. 4th, Kaylee Burns, Texas. 3rd, J.C. Oldenburg, Oklahoma. Our reserve champion goes to Henry Slew, Texas. And our champion, all other breeds, goes to Henry Slew, Texas. We are now showing our Dorset breed, class number 3, Dorset Market Lambs weighing 115 to 178 pounds. First call for Class 4 Hampshire Market Lambs weighing 102 to 129 pounds to the RSG holding ring. First call, Hampshire Market Lambs, Class 4, weighing 102 to 109 pounds, to the holding ring. If you would, as we dismiss the young people along the rail, let's show them our appreciation for a great Dorset division. Going to make that second call for Hampshire market lambs weighing 102 to 129 pounds. Second call, Hampshire market lambs, class 4, lambs weighing 102 to 129 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Going to make that final call for class number 4, Hampshire Market Lambs, weighing 102 to 129 pounds. If you are in class 4 Hampshire Market Lambs, you need to be in the holding ring at this time. Final call, class 4 Hampshire Market Lambs, weighing 102 to 129 pounds.
Was he kind of turn it up a notch in terms of quality? I think a really nice sheep to start, and I'm not going to say that's just quintessentially my kind, but being stout and wide and still smooth and having some back shape, I think that one kind of falls in that category pretty quickly. I think when you read this one in terms of athleticism, I think he's more athletic than both the next ones by far. I think his chest and shoulders better. I think his back's better. I think the top of his shoulder and the base of his chest in relation to one there in second for sure. I think his hip design and hind legs set in relation to that one there in third, again, way better. And I think you get on that one at every angle. I think that one puts a lot of good together. He travels well. He gets out and moves. And when you see that one at any angle, like I said, that one just kind of resonates for you and kind of elevates himself pretty quickly. The pair became, in second and third, as you could probably tell. I kind of had to study on those for a minute, and I wanted to do that because I understand this is a breed division now, and we had to kind of figure out who's going to get a banner. Propped up, I may like the one in third better. Moving around, I like the one in second better. I think the second one, or the one in second's fore-rib, and right there, right behind his shoulder, may be a notch bigger, but he's also the chubbier one of that pair. I think when you read him in terms of his true chest width, he's bigger. I think you read him right as he comes at you. I think his way his shoulder and neck attaches is a little bit better. But again, I think there's some problems at the top side of that one was chine and right there at the base of his chest in relation to our class winner. But when you get from there back, I think that one's pretty unique in terms of the way he handles his top line, his loin shape, and his hip and hind leg. And I think that's what kind of elevates him there. I think that added center body and that loin shape and hip and hind leg kind of working his advantage for me in relation to one there in third. I think the sheep in third, powered up, really raw handling, really, really shapely. And again, that one's the trimmer one of that pair for sure. And I think you get over his forerib, you can kind of see that. I think you get around in front of this guy, you can kind of see, though, he's a little bit more closed up in his chest. I think his shoulder angle's a little bit more upright. And when you lead that one out, young lady, that one's head wants to drop on you a little bit, and he doesn't want to handle his front end quite as well. When you read him out of his hip, I think his hip looks a little wonky for me in terms of the way it's built up high. It just doesn't kind of function quite as well, and his balance suffers because of that as he travels. And just one for me that just needs to be changed just ever so slightly from a skeletal standpoint, because of muscle and condition and feed-wise, that one's pretty on point. I think the one next, kind of the opposite of that, I think that one's just a notch too chubby. I think we trim that one up. That one's awesome build. He's wide, he's stout. Obviously, he's smaller. That one's got brighter future ahead of him for sure in relation to some of these. But I think that one just needs to be trimmed down and tucked up over his forerib. He still handles with enough shape for me, and I think where he beats the next one in line, I think he stays more elevated as he travels, and he handles his hip and hind leg by far better, and that's why he moves up. Really good weather that ends up our top five here. Really, really big-ended kind of a sheep when you get in behind him. I think you watch that one travel out those. You want to lead that one out, young lady. That one's hind leg doesn't work as well. He wants to run downhill ever so slightly, but propped up from the side, that one's pretty good, and you're doing a darn good job showing him. Congratulate her and those other four in that top five and the rest of that class. Good set of sheep in that Dorset division.
We are now bringing in Class 4 Hampshire Weathers, weighing 102 to 129 pounds. We are currently showing Class 4 Hampshire Weathers. Our results from Class 3 Dorset Market Lambs. 10th, Lily Colbert from Iowa. 9th, Camden Nykamp, Michigan. 8th, Landry Peterson, Iowa. 7th, Sophia Young, Ohio. 6th, Landon Bewley, Indiana. 5th, Blakely Clem, Texas. 4th, Crew Charmison, Oklahoma. 3rd, Lindsay Williams, Minnesota. 2nd, and our reserve champion Dorset goes to Gracie Jo Newsom, Texas. 1st, and our champion Dorset goes to J.C. Allen, Oklahoma. We are currently showing Class 4 Hampshire Market Lambs. We'll make that first call for class number 5, Hampshire Market Lambs, weighing 130 to 138 pounds. First call to the RSG holding ring for class 5, Hampshire Market Lambs, 130 to 138 pounds. Ladies and gentlemen, as we dismiss the young people around the ring, if you would show your appreciation for another great class. Going to make that second call for Class 5. Second call, Class 5, Hampshire market lambs weighing 130 to 138 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Second call, Class 5, Hampshire market lambs to the holding ring. If I could get a representative from the Menon family and a representative from the Parks family, I have your champion and reserve champion rosettes at the announcer's table for the all other breed champion and reserve from the Menon family and the Parks family. Going to make that final call for Class 5 Hampshire market lambs weighing 130 to 138 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Last call, Hampshire Market Lambs, Class 5, weighing 130 to 138 pounds, to the RSG holding ring.
Kind of interesting class to sort through. A lot of differences in terms of types and kinds. And before we talk about those top 5, as we get down there further, I think there's some nice sheep down there. I just think there's some issues in terms of their front skeletons and the way they handle themselves and when they travel. A lot of these things are getting upright in their hock and kind of getting off in their shoulder. We need to kind of fix that for me as a whole. And I think the sheep that we have left out here do that. Are they perfect in terms of some of the other things? Maybe not. But for me, when these things travel, they got to hold together. And I think this one does to some regard. If that one would relax his top just a notch more when he travels out, I'd love that thing. Because that one's built from the sides really good. He's really neat in terms of his touch up high. I think that one, as he hits the ground braced, his feet and legs plant right, his knee has some flex, his hock looks right. He just needs to relax his back when he travels. But getting past that, and I think that's kind of minute because I still think his angles to a body are right. I just don't think that sheep wants to get out and move quite as good. But really nice sheep to start us out. And again, you want to talk about one that's really unique in terms of just his smoothness, his pattern, his body, and his stoutness. I think that one wins out pretty quickly. One that kind of surfaces for me, and you may not tie into this one as he comes in, I think that was a little rougher appearing right there through his loin. I think when you start analyzing that one, though, and kind of look at the quality and the good in him, that one may be the best one when you project him out. I think that one's awful, awful good in terms of the way he's built. His hip wants to handle just a little bit weird in terms of the way it sits up high. But I think if you get that one down and get him driving, I think that one's going to be a bad cat later in life. I think that one's really unique from the side. I think his shoulder and neck, when his belly catches up with it, I think that one's going to be incredible. And I think when you get in behind him, I think he's got all the stoutness and muscles you could ever want in one. Just a really good kind of a sheep that runs up here in second. Maybe not quite as smooth, maybe not quite as good loin today, but super, super good. And I think it's going to be really good down the road. From there down, I think you can kind of go a lot of different directions. The one that fits into third for me is not my kind in terms of his length of body, his length of shank there, for lack of a better term, and the way he handles his hip and hind leg and the way his forerear breathes. But again, get on top of him and get him propped up from the side. He still comes together better than the next two in line in terms of his skeleton. I think he's better and looser in terms of the way he travels, especially the one next in line, and he's taller fronted than the one there in fifth. Just a little bit more complete kind of a sheep that's a little bit more freed up in terms of the way he travels. I think the one in fourth, giant muscles. I think that one's got all the muscle you could ever want in one in terms of his back. His upper hip's not quite as good. His shoulder's a little bit more upright. I just think he needs to be changed there. And I'm not one to call one too long body, but out here he wants maybe just a rib too long in relation to his height. He kind of throws his balance off for me. As we work down, I like the sheep in fifth quite a bit when he walks in, but as he comes in and gets out here and travels a little bit more, he kind of falls apart in terms of the way he handles himself on the move. He wants to get down fronted. He handles great, but he's got to be lifted up as he travels out. But another nice class. I think the top two are awful good. Let's congratulate those kids as we work into that second class of hams.
We got some other. We are now bringing in Class 5 Hampshire Market Lambs weighing 130 to 138 pounds at the ring at this time. We're now showing Class 5 Hampshire Market Lambs. Our results of Class 4 Hampshire market lambs weighing 102 to 129 pounds. 10th goes to Aylin Nyer, Indiana. 9th, Lane Markham, North Carolina. 8th, Kyla Nugent, Texas. 7th, Addison Elliott, Michigan. 6th, Harper Minor, Oklahoma. 5th, Nate Thomas, Oklahoma. 4th, Luke Parks, Texas. 3rd, Brinley Shook, Arkansas. 2nd, Kaylee Tanner, Oklahoma. And our class winner of Hampshire Class 4 lambs 102 to 129 pounds goes to Landon Taylor, Texas. We are currently showing Class 5 Hampshire market lambs. Going to make that first call for Hampshire Market Lambs, Class 6. Hampshire Market Lambs weighing 139 to 145 pounds to the RSG holding ring. First call, Hampshire Market Lambs, Class 6. Lambs weighing 139 to 145 pounds to the holding ring. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, as we dismiss the young people from around the ring, show our appreciation for another great class. Going to make that second call. Second call for Class 6 Hampshire market lambs weighing 139 to 145 pounds. Second call, Hampshire market lambs weighing 139 to 145, Class 6 to the RSG holding ring. For those exhibitors that would like to sell their lambs at the conclusion of the show, we do have a lamb buyer on the dock. And if you look at the pillars, the lamb buyer is at pillar C8 on the dock. They are paying $1.70 a pound for lambs today. Going to make that last call for Hampshire market lambs weighing 139 to 145 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Final call, Class 6 Hampshire market lambs weighing 139 to 145 pounds to the holding ring.
Well, interesting class. There's not one in here that suits me in terms of just being the right kind for this guy, and I'll explain why. I like the sheep that wins. Obviously, he wins the class. Wider, stouter bodied, one of those top three, especially. It's better in his mid part of his body. His hind leg's questionable. His back's a little too rough. I think if we change him there, I like him quite a bit more, but I just think he needs to be smoothed out a little bit up top. And again, his hind leg's not good enough for me. But when we get out here, I think in a perfect world, like we said, we change him there. But still, in relation to one we can't get to move around the ring, I get to see that one be a little bit more athletic, keep his legs out from under himself, and actually pick his head up and walk. And that kind of elevates him over one that I think skeletally looks better to me in terms of the way he's built in his legs. But still, again, muscle and power and stoutness, that one wins out. Changes hind leg, I think he's that much better. One in second, I like that sheep a bunch. I like both of them here in second and third. And again, if the young lady could get this one to move out and walk around in this ring, I think he's a little bit easier to see. You get him out here and he wants to drop his head and he gets up under himself. It makes his hip look short and makes his loin look bad. If he travels, I think this is a different story because I like that one from the side quite a bit. I like him up top. He's not quite as maybe ripped up as our class winner. But still one you have to appreciate for his overall skeletal build. He's just got to walk. I mean, that's the long and short of it. As we get into the one here in third, I mean, that one's pretty unique in terms of the way he's built. And I guess the more modern term is hard to build or something like that. I think that one's hard to build in terms of his underlying and body quality. I just don't think he's hard to build in terms of the way he needs to be opened up. I think if we stouten that one up right through his chest and body, give him a little bit more outward flare to his stifle and thigh, I think that one wins the class because I like that one a bunch. And I think that one's probably the rawest, greenest one out here in relation to their class. And I think that one's got a future ahead of him that's going to be awful bright. And I like that sheep quite a bit. as we get in here next, another wide stout one that you may say kind of follows our class winner. Why'd you split them up? But I don't think he does. I think that's a low-fronted version of our class winner, shorter-bodied version of our class winner, and probably chubbier version of our class winner. I think that one needs to be stretched out and picked up. Watch that one travel. He doesn't want to handle his front end quite as well. He gets a little bit low in terms of the way he handles his neck and shoulder. And I think just when he moves, that's what kind of throws him out of the contention for me, because getting propped up here, that one's wide-backed and stout. He just needs to move out a little bit better for me. Kind of a different story here in fifth. I think he got a little bit narrower one that we run into in terms of his fore-rib and body and right there through the base of his chest. That one needs to be opened up there. He needs a little bit more drop to his flank. His loin needs to be smoothed out just a notch more. But past that, I still think that one's got some quality in terms of his lines and his build. I just think he needs to be burlier and stouter and probably a little bit fuller for me. But a nice sheep to end up our top five. And again, a tough class to sort through for me. Not really one to land on it per se, but still a nice set of sheep in that class.
We are now bringing in Class 6 Hampshire Market Lambs weighing 139 to 145 pounds. We are now showing Class 6 Hampshire Market Lambs. Our results of Class 5. 10th goes to Hannah Hayes Ware, Mississippi. 9th goes to Brooke Lasco, Texas. 10th goes to Lacey Greer, Ohio. 7th goes to Landry Krieger, Indiana. 6th, Cade Charmison, Oklahoma. 5th, Olivia Cook, Arkansas. 4th, Javin Sparks, Oklahoma. 3rd, Gavin Slew, Texas. 2nd, Chloe Nelson, Minnesota. And our class winner comes from Peyton Van Schwindel, Wisconsin. Going to make that first call. First call for class number 7, Hampshire Weathers, weighing 146 to 150 pounds. First call, class 7, Hampshire Weathers, to the RSG holding ring. At this time, if you would, as we dismiss those young people along the rail, show our appreciation for another very competitive class of Hampshire Market Lambs. Going to make that second call for Hampshire Weathers, weighing 146 to 150 pounds, to the holding ring. Second call, Class 7, Hampshire Market Lambs, weighing 146 to 150 pounds. Exhibitors, we will not wait for you if your class starts and you are not here. We will continue on with the classes. So you need to be in the holding ring on our calls. Second call, Class 7, Hampshire Market Lambs, weighing 146 to 150 pounds, to the RSG holding ring. Going to make that last and final call for class number 7, Hampshire Market Lambs, weighing 146 to 150 pounds, to the RSG holding ring. Last call, Hampshire class 7 to the holding ring.
Well, that class was a lot more enjoyable to sort through. I think our top 6, 7, 8, all really good sheep. And I think when you get out here and try to find one or find a couple of them, and I think those two pair up pretty nicely in terms of just being the sound functional ones that get out and move. Both of those hit me pretty hard when they come in, and the class winner does so pretty easily. And I'm not going to say that one's perfect right there at the base of his forerib, but I think you get on top of him and look at his balance and just his underline's still good. You want to call him short-shouldered? Probably not, but I still think that one's shallow enough in terms of the way he's built up there. I think when you get him on top of him, though, that one opens up giant in terms of his rib cage. He progresses well. He sees the stoutest ended. No, that's going to go to the one down there in 4th, but we'll get to him in just a second. And as we move back from there, I just think that one's just so well built in terms of the way he travels, the way he handles his feet and legs, and the way he looks propped up on the side. I think the one in 2nd kind of follows him and probably just a little bit more attractive maybe package in terms of his chest floor. I like him in terms of the way he's built down low, but he's still not quite as opened up maybe as some that we've seen today, but still one that has a lot of back shape. Right there in terms of the middle part of his back, though, in relation to our class winner, he wants to get a little bit up, a little bit off in terms of the way he handles his loin as he travels out. And maybe one for me that's just not quite as stout all the way through in terms of his chest width as we find in our class winner, but still one shapely, trim, good touching, and still has plenty of muscle. I think one that takes an awesome picture from the side is the one that sorts here in 3rd. That one's hip and hind leg function right. He looks good up in the front side of his body in terms of his rib cage and his body. They get on top of him, again, one that handles awful good, and I think he beats the next one in line for just being so much more fluid in terms of the way he moves. He's not as stout-ended as we find either behind him or in front of him. He's not quite as stout at the upper side of his hip, and I think we open him up there and make him a little bit stouter there and his width progression a little bit better. I think that one's awful good because from the side, again, that one's really, really nice. One that probably competes for the class win when he comes in, and you may think so from ringside as well, but I think you get this one out here. Shropshire runs into him and runs into his problems for me. I just don't think that one moves his hind leg quite as good, and I think you can see up front that one's kind of splayed. He's upright in his shoulder blade, and he just doesn't handle his front end quite as well. But when that one travels, that much muscle, that much stoutness, he's a little bit bound up. He doesn't reach quite as good as we find in those top 3. I think one that ends up here, again, that top 5, really, really stout rib cage kind of a sheep. That one may be the biggest, stoutest in the center part of his rib of any we've seen. But to go along with that, I think if you read him right there about the base of his shoulder and his points of his shoulder, he's just as wide there as he is when you read him in his hip. I just like to tighten him down, make this width progression a little bit better, but still a really nice sheep that sorts there. The 1 in 6 that we had go out, probably one of the more powerful sheep we've seen today, a little bit lower fronted, a little bit shorter neck. And as we move down from there, I think some sheep that just weren't quite as stout and opened up maybe in the center part of their body as we find in this class. But an excellent set of sheep out here, really fun to sort through. Let's congratulate them if you would, please.
We are now bringing in Class 7 Hampshire Weathers, weighing 146 to 150 pounds. We are now showing Class 7. Our results from class number 6, Hampshire Market Lambs weighing 139 to 145 pounds. 10th, Kix Lee, Arkansas. 9th, Hayes Wilson, Oklahoma. 8th, Alette Nyer, Indiana. 7th, Flora Appleton, Texas. 6th, Madden Wise, Texas. 5th, Katie Chabot, Texas. 4th, Marshall Miller, Ohio. 3rd, David Better, Colorado. 2nd, Braden Bowers, Wisconsin. And the winner of our Hampshire class number 6 goes to Landry Lane, Texas. Going to make that first call for class number 8, Hampshire Weathers, weighing 151 to 156 pounds to the RSG holding ring. First call, class 8, Hampshire Weathers to the holding ring. If you would, as we dismiss the young people on the rail, show our appreciation for another very competitive class of Hampshire Weathers. Second call, Class 8 Hampshire Weathers, weighing 151 to 156 pounds, to the RSG holding ring. Second call, Class 8 Hampshire Weathers, to the holding area. If you have a vehicle that is parked at the door or parking lot E19, which appears to be the south door in this pavilion, they are getting ready to hook you to the tow truck, and that is going to happen within the next 10 minutes. So if you are parked outside of the south door here in the parking lot and you don't want to be hunting your vehicle later today, I would suggest you move those. Going to make that last call for Class 8 Hampshire market lambs weighing 151 to 156 pounds. Last call, Class 8 Hampshire market lambs. You need to be in the holding ring at this time. Again, if you are parked in lot E19, which appears to be the south door of this pavilion, they are preparing to tow those vehicles out of that lot. So if you have a vehicle out there and you do not want it towed, I would recommend you move it at this time.
Kind of revert back maybe to some of those earlier classes in terms of just such a difference in terms of type, and just trying to find one out here that fits the best for me in terms of just being balanced and hard shaped and good backed, and still getting a good look from the side and being athletic. And I think the class winner does so. And kind of going through there, that's the one that kind of stuck in my head as needs to win. I think that one's body and shape is better. I think his hip and hind leg look more unique in terms of his turn to his stifle, the way his hind leg sets in him. The biggest deal when you get between these two and you get around in front of them, that thing in the front side is so much bigger chested and wider and stouter through the center part of his body than we find in that one there in second. And that kind of correlates up top. I think that one's more ripped up and more shapely. And I think, too, whenever you get those things on the move, I think that one stays a notch taller fronted as well. The sheep coming next in line, another one you kind of get affixed to in terms of the way that one props up from the side. That one looks really cool in terms of his lines and his build. And he's got that shot of length of body that maybe kind of compels him above that one there in third. And he's also one that's maybe just a little bit neater shouldered and a little bit neater neck. But in saying that and talking about his shoulder and his chest, get around in front of that one. If you want to see him when he walks out, that one just kind of wants to get in his knee a little bit and gets too narrow chested. Is he too narrow? Questionable. I think he's acceptable, and when you get on top side of him, I think his rib cage opens up enough. I think his back's big enough, and I think his hip and his shape from there back are good enough to kind of counteract that. But I would like to fix his knee and open him up through his chest. I think the one there in third kind of counters that in terms of just being wide and stout and just really burly. But you want to talk about one that maybe just a notch shorter body, one that's right there, the base of its shoulders a little bit rounder, and one that's not quite as unique in terms of the way it's built, in terms of its head and neck especially, and that added length of body and that hip and hind leg, and that one just overall smoothness kind of pattern up better for me in relation to that class winner and with that one in second compared to this one here in third. I still think this one here in third is probably better in his knee and better in its hock. That's why it moves above the one in fourth. And I love the one in fourth. If you look at him from his belly line up, I think that one's square. He's stout. He's giant back. From there down, I just don't think that one's joints sit in him correctly. He's really, really coarse in terms of his bones, almost too big for me. And I know that's kind of a odd and almost a sin to say in this industry these days, but that one's bones are big. He's kind of rocks forward in his knee a little bit. His hock placement gets a little bit upright, and it just doesn't suit me quite as well. Power, mass, just stoutness, you got to land on that one. But for me, I think we need to put a little bit more athletic package. And again, Opposite of that, the big and extended one right here that you just kind of question from the outside if he's got enough. He's got enough when you get on top of him and behind him, but does he have just as much as the rest? Probably not, and that's why he kind of works down. He's just not quite as stout all the way through the center part of his body and as he hits the ground as well. But from the side view, taking a picture of that one, he's awful good. He travels out well, and he's pretty loose in terms of the way he walks. Nice set of 5, a lot of differences in that class. Congratulate those kids if you would, please.
We are now bringing in Class 8 Hampshire Weathers weighing 151 to 156 pounds. We're now showing Class 8 Hampshire Weathers. Our results of Class 7 Hampshire Weathers weighing 146 to 150 pounds. 10th goes to Hannah Sieber, California. 9th, Carson Schaefer, Texas. 8th, Grace McCurdy, Ohio. 7th, Landry Lane, Texas. 6th, Cindy Hanslick, Texas. 5th, Wyatt Acey, Kentucky. 4th, Hudson Franklin, Texas. 3rd, Gabby Rout, Indiana. 2nd, Callie Nelson, Minnesota. And the winner of our Class 7 Hampshire Weathers goes to Lila Kephart, Indiana. We are now showing Class 8 Hampshire Weathers weighing 151 pounds to 156 pounds. Going to make that first call for Class 9 Hampshire Weathers, weighing 157 to 163 to the RSG holding ring. First call, Class 9 Hampshire Weathers, 157 to 163 pounds to the holding ring. If you have lambs that you would like to sell today, they are set up on the loading dock at C8, and they're paying $1.70 a pound for those lambs. So if you are done with your lamb today and you would like to sell that sheep, you can go to the loading dock at C8 and they will give you $1.70 a pound for that lamb. If you would, as we dismiss those young people at the rail, show our appreciation for another competitive Hampshire division. We're going to make that second call for Class 9 Hampshire Weathers to the RSG holding ring. Second call, Hampshire Weathers, weighing 157 to 163 pounds to the holding ring at this time. Second call, Hampshire Weathers, Class 9. Going to make that last call. Last call for Class 9 Hampshire Weathers, weighing 157 to 163 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Final call for Class 9 Hampshire Weathers, weighing 157 to 163 pounds to the holding ring.
Well, as we get in here, this class, I think a class that ought to get you excited about raising sheep. I think these are good. I think the top end especially, and I think you get all the way down into 6th, 7th, 8th, I think they're awful good. By far the deepest class we've run into. Still some differences in terms of type, and I wouldn't disagree with you if you switch it up. I mean, this is this guy's opinion, and for me, these two kind of separated when they came in. I like those a bunch, and I like the third one too, but he got a little chubby for me as you get your hands on him. The one that wins is this stout one that's good looking and just really put together well. That one's rugged, he's stout, he's giant back. Get around in front of him or behind him or any angle of him. That one's really opened up and really stout ribbed and stout in the center part of his body. You get in behind him, he's stouter right there through the base of his stifle and thigh than the one there in second. I think the biggest thing is when you get these things out and travel them, I just think that one holds his head and neck better. Not to say he's the shallowest one in here by any stretch of the imagination, but as you can probably tell, I'm not going to key off on those ones that are just crazy short-shouldered and their underlines have to be just crazy looking. I think that one's underline is more than acceptable in terms of the way his levelness underneath. He has a little swoop to his belly, but up top, that one's back is giant, his hip and butter giant, and that one's really good when he travels around the ring. Same thing goes for the one in second. I love that one. I just wish he could just pull apart just a notch more when you read him right there through the base of his chest and when you get in behind him in relation to that class winner. Is he narrow? But not by any stretch of the imagination. That one's a really good sheep. Upper hip's big. His loins maybe a little bit off in compared to that class winner. His back shape's awesome. His rib cage is cool. When you get in the front part of his shoulder, I think he may be shorter bladed and kind of shallower chested than that one we start with, but when he walks, he doesn't handle himself as so. He wants to get a little bit off in terms of the way he handles his front end from time to time, and that's kind of what kind of separated that out for me. I just like that other one traveling just a little bit more, but this one's awful good as well. Like we said, that one that comes in third, I think he mirrors our class winner pretty well. That one just reads a little chubby over his forerib for me. I like that one's build from the side. I like his muscle and width. His stoutness, kind of all those things we talked in that class winner. I think we roll that one down and maybe stretch his neck out just a little bit. He almost looks too mature in terms of the way he's built up front in relation to those top two, but awful good sheep there in third. The one in fourth, propped up, I think that one can win the class. When you let him loose, though, that's where he becomes a problem for me. That one kind of wants to run downhill and drop his chest. His head and neck don't work quite as well, and he wants to get a little bit off in terms of the way he handles his hind leg. Maybe fix his loin up just a little bit in terms of smoothing it out, but still one from the side view. That one's awful good in terms of his overall balance and eye appeal. He's square-hipped. His hind leg sets in him right. He just needs to walk out better and get up and travel just a little bit better for me. Kind of same thing goes for the one that ends up fifth. I like that sheep a bunch in terms of his terminal quality. Trim, stout, really big from behind. That one kind of gets ate up in terms of just show ring appeal for me. He kind of gets a little bit shorter in terms of his overall couple. He's not quite as good in terms of the way he reads up front, maybe as we find in some of those others. And he, too, wants to get a little bit higher in his hip than he does his shoulder as he travels out, and I think you can watch him as he moves. But like I said, stout, wide, really big-ended kind of a sheep that's awful good to go here in fifth. Super class out there, really nice set all the way through. Congratulate those kids if you would, please.
We are now showing Hampshire Weathers Class 9, lambs weighing 157 to 163 pounds at this time. We're now showing Class 9 Hampshire Weathers. Our results of Class 8 Hampshire Weathers weighing 151 to 156 pounds. 10th, Brindley Hogg, Texas. 9th, Crew Charmison, Oklahoma. 8th, Colby Scroggins, Oklahoma. 7th, Kendall Payton, Indiana. 6th, Gabby Rout, Indiana. 5th, Cade Simpson, Colorado. 4th, Sadie Allen, Oklahoma. 3rd, Landry Lane, Texas. 2nd, Graham Newsom, Texas. And our class winner of Hampshire Class 8 goes to Shepherd Silvers, Texas. We are now showing Class 9 Hampshire Weathers. Lamb exhibitors, if you are interested in selling your lamb today, they are buying lambs on the dock at C8, on the dock at C8, and they are given $1.70 a pound for those lambs. So if you're interested in selling your lambs today, you can sell them on the dock at C8 for $1.70 a pound. If you would, please put your hands together and show your appreciation for a very competitive class as we dismiss those young people from the rail. This time, I'm going to make our first call for Class 10 Hampshire Market Lambs to the holding ring. First call, Class 10 Hampshire Market Lambs weighing 164 to 170 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Going to make that second call, Class 10 Hampshire Market Lambs weighing 160 to 170 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Class 10 Hampshire Market Lambs to the holding ring, second call. Lamb exhibitors, we're going to make that final call for Class 10 to the RSG holding ring. Final call, Class 10 to the RSG holding ring for lambs weighing 164 to 170 pounds. Exhibitors, we will not wait for you to come to the ring to start the class. You need to be in the holding ring at this time if you are in Class 10.
We talked about a lot of these things that maybe you could change some things up when you come in here, but you don't find that one. I don't know. I think that one's good. That's a good sheet from any angle. I mean, you get on top of that thing is ripped up back. He is stout-ended. Get around in front of him, that thing is wide and open up chested. Is the point of his shoulder out a little bit? Yeah, but if you got that much mass and power, back shape, and that much hip and butt, you got to have a little shoulder to carry it, and I'm fine with it. That's a good sheep right there. That thing travels good. Perfect world, maybe lift him just a little bit, maybe about an inch, inch and a half up. But other than that, that thing's deadly from the side, and that thing is incredible to look at. It's going to take an amazing picture, and when you hang him, I think that one's going to cut extremely well also. As we get down from there, I think it gets close. I think the other one that kind of suits me better is the one there in second. The one in second for me is just a little bit better in terms of its hip and hind leg structure. The one we have there in third, is he quite as unique in terms of the way he opens up right through the base of his chest and ribs, our class winner, or the one in third? Probably not. But he still runs uphill better. He's taller shouldered. He's shallower in the base of his chest. He's a trimmer one of that trio, or the next remaining trio. And he's also one that's a little bit better spine and a little bit longer in terms of the way he strides out. I think the one that ends up in third, really productively oriented kind of sheep, super stout middled, really stout and sound in terms of the middle part of his body. I think when you watch him, though, if you want to travel him out, his hind leg gets a little reachy for me. And he, too, from times, wants to kind of get up in the middle of his back just ever so slightly, but still kind of weaker in his top line, which is kind of an anomaly that I don't see very often. This way he handles his back is kind of odd. He's a little bit rounder about the base of his chest and shoulder in comparison to those top two as well. But I think a really easy sheep to slot there in third that has a lot of quality as well. Nice sheep here in fourth that smooths up and looks really nice from the side view. I think that one's just too mature up front. You can kind of read his neck and shoulder, and the base of his chest is too deep. And I think that's kind of the fact that, or coming from the fact, that that's a heavy condition one out here. If you want to read him over his forerib, he needs to be tucked up and kind of trimmed down for me and just be a little bit more youthful in terms of the way he presents his front end. The sheep that ends up next, kind of the opposite of that, just kind of ripped up, stout one that's really big back. He just doesn't have quite the uniqueness to him in terms of being a little bit more lower fronted and kind of shorter neck. If that one was taller and more up and kind of geeked out a little bit more, I think that one would be awful good because he handles like a brick. He's really good shape, and that young man's done a great job feeding him and getting him shown. Nice sheep in fifth, really, really good class winner to start us off. Congratulate those kids, please.
We are now showing Class 10 Hampshire Market Lambs weighing 164 to 170 pounds. We're now showing Class 10 Hampshire Market Lambs. Our results of Class 9. 10th, Kennedy Mitchell, Indiana. 9th, Bryce Clayton, Illinois. 8th, Cash Adams, Georgia. 7th, Landon Barton, Oklahoma. 6th, Hadley Arts, Missouri. 5th, Jack Thomas, Oklahoma. 4th, Sam Smillen, Iowa. 3rd, Amy Moore, Oklahoma. 2nd, Macy Zerbach, Oregon. And our class winner of Hampshire Class 9 goes to Carson Noonan, Iowa. Philip Pratt. Philip Pratt. If you are in the barn, I do have a item that has been turned in to me that is yours. Philip Pratt. Going to make that second call for class number 11, Hampshire Weathers, to the RSG holding ring. Second call, class 11, Hampshire Weathers, to the RSG holding ring. We will not wait for these lambs if they are not checked in, so they do need checked in prior to going into the class. Going to make that last call for class 11, Hampshire Weathers. If you are not in the holding ring, you need to be in the holding ring at this time. Last call, class 11, Hampshire Weathers.
You get on here and kind of just try to figure out what to say about that. That thing's a man eater. I mean, that one comes out here, and I mean, again, we talked about any angle that one presents is right. You get on top of him, he handles good. His chest width is phenomenal. His rib cage is good. His back and his shape is incredible. That one wins easy. That's a no-brainer for me. I think from the rail that ought to be as well. That was a really good sheep, and I think that one can win a lot of places, and this is the biggest stage, and I think he's going to get pretty close because that was really, really good. I think the one in second versus the one in third here, kind of a toss-up for me. You know, the one that we sort here in second is awful good, and just maybe kind of follows our class winner in terms of the way his underline reads to me, and his chest and the top of his shoulder. And I think the base of his base of his shoulder and the points of his shoulder may be a notch better. I still think he's just as wide as the one we follow with. He doesn't appear it from the side, and I don't know if it's that lighter pigmentation he has or what it is, but get him behind these things, that one's more than wide enough for me. And actually, I think his progression is just incredible in terms of the way he comes to his hip. That's a really good sheep that follows a darn good one there in first. And second, a really, really nice set and a repair in that top end. And not to take anything away from this one in third, I think if we could change the way his knee sets in him, change his shoulder up just a notch, and make his lower rib cage just a notch bigger, I think that one moves up and maybe even kind of gets into the hunt with that class winner. I just don't like the front third of that one's body and the way it's put together. And I just think it's the way his shoulder angle lays in there or something about it, or the way his chest forward comes down and kind of tightens down a little bit for me. But, again, up top, giant back, giant loin, giant butted, really good kind of a sheep, just like to change the front third of his body. I think kind of the opposite here, really, really wide one that comes out to us, super opened up, really, really big old creasy back in him, just tons of muscle in him. But again, as we've talked in previous ones where we put the muscle sheep in fourth and fifth, that one's just not quite attractive enough and geeked out enough maybe as you find those top three, but still a really nice one to sort there in fourth. The one that sorts next, if that one could maintain that profile view when he travels, I think that one's in the hunt as well, because that one's deadly when you're getting propped up from the side. The biggest thing for me is when that one travels, his back wants to get up in him just a little bit. He just doesn't handle himself quite as well. Relax his skeleton and get him to look like he is when he's driving, and I think that one's awful, awful good. But really good set of sheep out here. Dang good class winner again. Congratulate those kids if you would, please.
We are now bringing in Class 11 Hampshire Weathers, weighing 171 to 229 pounds. At the conclusion of this class, we will be picking our champion and reserve champion Hampshire Market Lamb. We need to have those. I'm making the first call and first warning shot for all those first and seconds from Class 4 to Class 10. You need to be getting up and ready and being prepared for our champion Hampshire drive at the conclusion of this class. First call for all those first and seconds from Class 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 in our Hampshire division for our Hampshire drive. First call. Do what? Our results from Class 10 Hampshire Weathers weighing 164 to 170 pounds. 10th, Lauren Johnson, Nebraska. 9th, Clay Randall, Oklahoma. 8th, Madison Wynn, Oklahoma. 7th, Marion Ludlow, California. 6th, Katie Chabot, Texas. 5th, Thomas Thompson, Indiana. 4th, Quentin Dare, Indiana. 3rd, Reagan Rogers, Missouri. Second, Hayes Henderson, Mississippi. And our class winner of Class 10 Hampshire Weathers goes to Colby Williams, Minnesota. We are now currently showing Class 11, our final Hampshire division. Class 11 Hampshires are now in the ring. If you would, as we dismiss those young individuals from around the rail, show your appreciation for bringing us another tremendous class of Hampshire Weathers. For those of you that have been fortunate enough to be a first or second in a Hampshire class, classes 4 through 10, we are going to make that second call for all those first and seconds for our champion drive. Second call for all our first and second Hampshire Weathers for our champion drive. Going to make that last call. If you have a first or second in class 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10 in the Hampshire division, you need to be in the holding ring at this time. We need all first and second place Hampshire lambs from classes 4 through 10 in the holding ring at this time. We will be selecting our champion in reserve immediately following this class. Going to make that first call for class number 12, natural colored market lambs weighing 95 to 135 pounds. First call for natural colored class 12 market lambs to the holding ring. Final call, final and last call for all first and second place Hampshire market lambs to the RSG holding ring for our champion and reserve champion Hampshire selection.
Well, as we get into this heavy hamp class, you know, it kind of comes down to a little bit more athletic kind of a look, and we kind of find some up in the top end that do so. And within that pair, I think the heavier muscled one's going to win out with the young man here in the front side of this deal. Get behind that one. That one's awful stout and creased up, and you really like him in terms of this upper hip in relation to the one there in second, and also just his flare to his stifle and thigh there, inner thigh there. And one you get on the side, that one doesn't disappoint you in terms of just balancing up okay. Sure, he probably could be a little bit better necked and shouldered, but still one that paints a pretty decent picture from the side, and still does so maintaining more width than the one we have there in second. The sheep in second, again, another one that takes a good picture, one that's athletic, one that's trim for this size and weight, but just kind of runs out of power in relation to that class winner, and maybe even the one there in second, or third, excuse me. That one needs to be opened up through his chest and just open up through his lower forerib and give him a little bit more top side dimension, and I think that one kind of competes because that one, really good package, really neat looking from the side, just not quite as stout. As we get down to the one that's next in line, like we said, probably more ripped up, probably a little bit more dense in terms of just overall build. Again, but though that one just has an extra length of body. That one doesn't handle himself as he travels quite as well. And again, read that one through his lower body. He reads a little bit flatter and a little bit more closed up in his chest as well. As we get down to the next one, probably the wider, stouter, one of those, that middle three. But again, trying to get to this weight and make sure they don't have as much condition on them as this one does is tough. And I think you can see the middle part of his body there and his lower third of his body. I think that one's just carrying a little bit more condition. It's kind of hurt his shoulder. He's kind of opened up there in the front, kind of pointed out a little bit. He's a little bit plainer and more nondescript in terms of the way he handles down his back. But still one that puts some good things together in terms of just dimension and density. Just needs to be ripped up a little bit more for this guy. As we end up our class here with this number 5, another one that just takes a really good picture. This one just runs out of gas. He doesn't have quite the stoutness and power from behind. I think we open him up a little bit. I think that one's awful good, but just shape him, increase him, and open him up if he wants to compete with some bigger, stouter sheep ahead of him. But nice job getting that one shown. Nice job presenting him. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to that class as we head into that drive. Let's give them applause, please.
At this time, we are lining up our champion and reserves from each of the classes in our Hampshire division. As we bring in our class winners, we'll announce those as they come in. We're going to bring our first in. In Class 4, our representative is Landon Taylor from Texas. In Class 5, our class winner went to Peyton Van Swindle, Wisconsin. In Class 6, our class winner comes from Landry Lane, Texas. Class 7, our class winner comes from Lila Kephart, Indiana. Class 8, our class winner comes from Shepherd Silvers, Texas. Class 9, our class winner comes from Carson Noonan, Iowa. Class 10, our class winner comes from Colby Williams, Minnesota. And in Class 11, our class winner comes from Jack Van Nerden, Minnesota. As we bring those second place sheep in, our representative from Class 4 and second place went to Kylie Tanner, Oklahoma. Our second place in Class 5 comes from Chloe Nelson, Minnesota. Our second place in Class 6 comes from Braden Bowers, Wisconsin. Our second place from Class 7 comes from Callie Nelson, Minnesota. In Class 8, our second comes from Graham Nelson, Texas. In Class 9, our second place comes from Macy Zerbach, Oregon. In Class 10, our second place comes from Hayes Henderson, Mississippi. And in Class 11, our second place representative comes from Cheney Tennant, Indiana. We are now selecting our champion and reserve champion in our Hampshire division. At this time, those that are just joining the show, I'd like to introduce our judge today, Mr. Matt Kennedy from Waller, Texas. Matt is a graduate from Texas A&M University, where he was on the 2002 National Champion Livestock Judging Team. Matt was also had the honor to coach the National Wool Judging Team at Texas A&M. He received his master's degree in ruminant nutrition in 2007. Matt currently runs a flock of Club Lamb ewes and AIs over 9,000 ewes across the country yearly. If you would, put your hands together and let's welcome Matt and thank him for sorting our sheep today.
as we get these classes back out here. Very pleased with the lineup, and again, I think these four out here kind of represent those all those classes extremely well, and you kind of pretty obvious. These are my favorite four, kind of the way we talked them in those classes, and there's a couple of those seconds that are right there behind them that are pretty close, but as we get out here, I think there's two of them that kind of separate for me, and there's one of them that's probably underline-wise maybe just a notch better and just built a little bit better in terms of his flank and belly, and you know, and one that maybe operates his hind leg just a notch better. But again, I think a really good set of sheep. I think we come out here and find them all that are athletic and good built, still have some muscle, and I think these four really accentuate that extremely well, and those ones on that back line do as well. If you could, please give them a round of applause real quick, and we'll go out and select your Grand Reserve Hamp.
If you have a natural color wether in Class 12, you need to be in the holding ring at this time. We're making that final call for Class 12 in the holding ring. Our champion Hampshire wether goes to Colby Williams, Minnesota. Our reserve champion Hampshire wether goes to Carson Noonan, Iowa. Congratulations to both those exhibitors. At this time, we are making our last and final call for Class 12 natural color wethers to the holding ring. If you are not in the holding ring, you need to be on your way quickly. Our results of class number 11, Hampshire Wethers, weighing 171 to 229 pounds. 10th went to McKenna Snyder, Ohio. 9th went to Sutton Weston, Ohio. 8th, Addison Rohr, Maryland. 7th, Amber Brewer, Arkansas. 6th, Kix Lee, Arkansas. 5th, Lola Talton, Georgia. 4th, Montgomery Bertram, West Virginia. 3rd, Natalie Albright, Michigan. 2nd, Cheney Tennant, Indiana. And our class winner from class 11, Hampshire Wethers, went to Jack Van Nerden, Minnesota. You ready, Matt? I'm going to tell them come in. We are now bringing in Class 12 natural colored wethers to the ring. These wethers weigh 95 pounds to 135 pounds. We are now showing Class 12 natural colored wethers. For those that wish to sell their lambs today, we do have a lamb buyer at the dock. He is located at C8 on the loading dock. They are paying $1.70 a pound. So if you are done with your lamb project today and you wish to sell that lamb, you can do so on the dock at C8 for $1.70 a pound. Going to make that first call for Class 13 natural colored wethers weighing 136 to 144 pounds. First call for Class 13 natural colored wethers to the RSG holding ring. If you would, let's show our appreciation to the young people as we dismiss those along the rail for starting us out with an excellent natural color division. Going to make that second call. Second call for Class 13 natural colored wethers, weighing 136 to 144 pounds. Second call, natural colored wethers, Class 13, lambs weighing 136 to 144 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Going to make that last and final call for Class 13 Natural Colored Wethers to the RSG holding ring. Last and final call for Class 13 Natural Colored Wethers weighing 136 to 144. You need to have those lambs in the holding ring at this time.
As we get back into these lightweights, in our natural division, a little bit more differences in terms of types and kinds and flesh and everything like that. Obviously size, and for me, land on one that's probably one of the better handling sheep we've touched today in terms of his back shape, how expressive he is, but still smooth. His loin shape's really good. And I think when you get on the side of that one, I think that one's good enough. I don't think his base of his chest is perfect or his shoulder is perfect, but I still think that one's tall enough shoulder to run uphill and look the part from the side. Is he as geeked out maybe as some of the rest of them we have out here? Probably not, but still one I like in terms of the way he's built, in terms of muscle and width and just overall density. That one's got a lot to him for a smaller package in terms of just being wide and stout all the way through. Really nice sheep here in second. I like that one's expression, his shape to his back. I like that one's hip and curvature to his leg. The biggest thing for me is when that one travels, he just got to go. Like that one needs to get up and move. And I think if he moves out a little bit better, I think he holds together, because propped up from the side, he looks good. As long as you keep your head back, or his head back in him from time to time, he wants to kind of lean a little bit, and I just think that one needs to go ahead and drive a little bit harder. But for me, again, if he travels good and gets out and moves a little bit better, I think that one can move up, because that one's awful good. As we work into third, I think kind of a sheep that just kind of puts some things together in terms of his build. That one's creased up backed. He's really nice, and when you get your hands on him, his width progression's incredible. That one's really tight at the top of his shoulder and gets big in his hip and really bulgy-legged. I like that one in terms of his overall build from the side pretty well. I think if we could tuck him up and round him out in the lower part of his body, I think that would be that much better. But still, for me, probably tighter shouldered and better chested and better through the base of his shoulder than we have following him. The one here in fourth, a nice longer body, kind of a sheep that has a good turn to his leg and a big old back in him as well. That one just kind of gets a little bit more mature in terms of the way he handles his front end, especially when you let him loose and let him walk. I think the one that ends up our top five, again, in terms of touch and cutability, I think that one's exceptional. But the biggest thing for me is his posture to his hind leg. He's a little bit more upright, and he just doesn't handle his hind leg quite as well. He gets a little bit shorter, not quite as fluid as he travels out, but another nice sheep that ends up our class. Congratulate that young man as well as everybody in that class. Another nice set they bring to us.
At this time, we are bringing in Class 13 Natural Colored Wethers, weighing from 136 to 144 pounds. We are now showing Class 13 Natural Colored Wethers. Our results of Class 12 Natural Colored Wethers weighing 95 to 135 pounds. 10th goes to Channing Bass, Oklahoma. 9th, Cayston Jones, Oklahoma. 8th, Landon Bewley, Indiana. 7th, Carson Keller, Kansas. 6th, William Hendrickson, Ohio. 5th, Miles Birch, Nebraska. 4th, Sophie Young, Ohio. 3rd, Chloe Clem, Texas. 2nd, McKinley Clem, Texas. And our class winner out of the natural color class, Class 12, goes to Stella Anthauer, Iowa. We are currently showing Class 13 natural colored market lambs weighing from 136 to 144 pounds. If you would, as we dismiss those young exhibitors along the rail, let's show our appreciation for bringing another great class in our natural color division. Going to make that first call for class number 14, natural colored wethers, weighing 145 to 153 pounds to the RSG holding ring. First call, natural colored wethers, class 14, weighing 145 to 153 pounds to the holding ring. going to make that second call for natural colored weathers, class 14. Natural colored weathers weighing 145 to 153 pounds. We need you in the holding ring. Second call, class 14 natural colored weathers to the RSG holding ring. Going to make that final call, last call for Class 14 natural colored wethers weighing 145 to 153 pounds. If you are in Class 14 and you have a natural colored wether weighing 145 to 153, you need to be in the RSG holding ring at this time. Final call, Class 14 natural colored wethers.
Again, just kind of a class of ups and downs, and the one that wins, I thought that one was going to win as he comes in. I just think that's a pretty solid sheep. I think that one doesn't have many big holes in him. You know, if you want to shallow him up just a notch, I wouldn't disagree with you. If you want to make him just a little bit taller shouldered, that's fine too. But get your hands on him. He's wide, he's stout, he's fresh. That one takes a pretty good picture from the side. He gets a little extra length of body in him in relation to that one there next in line. And the biggest thing is that one moves, man. That thing gets out and cats around. His hind leg's good. He gets out and covers his track really well. Get around in front of him. His chest is wide. He opens up well up top. His center body is big as well, and he continues that progression out, and he's stout-hipped and stout-butted as well. The sheep in second, that one kind of tough on me. I like that sheep a bunch. I just think if he needs to be down a class, that one almost looks too small in here, kind of like with the one in fifth, but that one still runs uphill and has a neat hip and hind leg. In saying that, braced a neat hip and hind leg. That one, again, just labors a little bit as he travels, but propped up. That one takes a pretty neat picture from the side, and I like that one. He has some width, but he just not quite as smooth and put together up top, right there through his loin maybe, and he just doesn't read quite as athletic maybe for me as that class winner up there, and just in terms of the way he travels. I think the same thing kind of goes for the next one. Man, that one is really, really, really shapely. That one's got a big old back, creased up back in him and a big butt in him. But start watching that one as he gets around. He almost looks too hard. His forerib reads a little bit flat to me maybe. He gets up in his loin, or right there in the middle part of his back, and his loin kind of suffers because of that. And you just start reading that one in terms of just being kind of harsh when you handle him, and just doesn't handle quite as fresh maybe as we find in those two ahead of him. And not to say it's muscle texture issues. It's just the way his loin's built. His loin doesn't want to stay up in relation to his hip. He doesn't tie in quite as good, and that one's just maybe get a little bit upright in his joints as well. Another sheep that was difficult to sort through was that one next in line. I don't like that one's front third. I just don't think that thing's built right up there. He's a little bit high in his chine and kind of low right there in the base of his chest, and his shoulders upright. You cut him off about his sixth rib and go back, I think that one's pretty good. I think that one has a really neat loin shape, really neat hip shape. I think that one travels okay except for his front legs. He wants to get a little bit off in terms of the way he hits with his knee. And I think, too, whenever you get on top of him and kind of read him, his width progression suffers because of that shoulder, because he is a little bit out of the points as well. Like we said, a sheep that kind of ran into another problem for me in terms of size is the one that sorts here in fifth. When you get him out here by himself, that's a pretty neat creature. But when you put him up next to sheep that are a little bit longer, a little bit taller, a little bit more extended, he runs into a little bit of a hardship, because for me, that one just doesn't read long-bodied enough, tall-fronted enough, and just growthy enough out here. Again, I think that one and that other one that's second, if they're lower in a class, one class lower, I think those two are the top two. But in saying that, I still like to change that one right there, the way the base of his chest reads for me, and just the way he's put together up front just a little bit. But again, kind of like that last one from his mid-rib back, that one's incredible in terms of his hip and hind leg.
We are now bringing in natural colored wethers, class 14, lambs weighing 145 pounds to 153 pounds. We're now showing class 14 natural colored wethers. Our results of class 13 natural colored wethers: 10th, Dottie Lefty, California. 9th, Cash Adams, Georgia. 8th, Kenzie Henderson, Arkansas. 7th, Landry Kruger, Indiana. 6th, Peyton Peterson, Iowa. 5th, Hudson Franklin, Texas. 4th, Bryce Clayton, Illinois. 3rd, Cade Schaefer, Texas. 2nd, Madden Wise, Texas. And our class winner from Natural Color Wethers, class 13, goes to Hayes Henderson, Mississippi. We are now showing Natural Colored Wethers, class 14. If you would, please put your hands together for another great natural color division as we dismiss those young people around the ring. Going to make that first call for Class 15 Natural Colored Weathers weighing 154 to 162. First call, Class 15 Natural Colored Weathers weighing 154 to 162. You need to be headed toward the RSG holding area. Going to make that second call for Class 15 natural colored weathers, weighing 154 to 162. Second call, natural colored weathers, Class 15, weighing 154 to 162. Need to be in the holding ring. Exhibitors, we will not wait for you when that class begins. If you are not checked in, we will take the lambs directly to class and we will not wait for you. Second call for that natural colored class 15. Going to do last call, Class 15 natural colored weathers, weighing 154 to 162. Last call for Class 15 natural colored weathers. You need to be in the holding ring at this time. Last call, Class 15 natural colored weathers.
again, I just think for me the truest in terms of his build and easily the best structure to those top three as you get him traveling out. And that one just moves around really, really good. And I think that one's back is wide. He's really, really dense up top. Is he just shapeliest out here? Probably not, but he's shapely enough over his rack for me, and he's the widest spanning in terms of his loin. And I think that one balances up pretty nice. You're going to call that one just a geeky exotic one? Probably not. He could lift his shoulder up and shallow his chest, but I still like that one a bunch. And that one's just real practical, real good kind of livestock that you got to like in terms of just being able to move around and just being true in terms of his muscle and his hip shape, especially when you get on top of him. I think when we move back from here, the bigger rack of this pair is the one that sorts into second. I'd like to soften that one up, like maybe in his forerib. He just looks like he gets a little bit tight right there to me, a little bit harder, and then I can think his hip is kind of high right there, and it doesn't blend into his loin quite as good, and just kind of throws his balance off a little bit. But he gets this thing propped up. He's awful nice. When you let him loose, that thing wants to get a little bit soft spined on you and kind of gets a little bit uneasy in terms of the way he carries himself, but really nice sheep nonetheless. I like this sheep a bunch as well. I think he props up extremely good. The disappointing thing is when you get your hands on him right behind his shoulder. That one doesn't hit your hand quite as good. He's a little peaked in terms of the way he handles right there in his rack. His loin's good enough and his hip and hind leg look right, but when he travels, he gets a little bit tighter as well. I just like to make his rack a little bit bigger and open him up behind his blade just a notch more if you want to talk about moving him up in class. I think the lighter colored one that comes next in line, you got to like a lot from the side view. Get around in front of that one. There's just not enough sheep there for this guy. He needs to be opened up and pulled apart. That one just needs to be all the way through. That one's body is just not quite wide enough for me, but still a really nice sheep from the side. Gnarly rack shape, and one that still moves around extremely well also. I think ending up our top five here is another really solid kind of a sheep that maybe has a little extra shoulder to him, but still really dense, really muscular, really fed well. Trim, high cutability kind of sheep that just doesn't have quite the bells and whistles we find in those four ahead of him. But awful nice sheep, young man. Great job. Congratulate those kids if you would, please.
If you would, please bring that Class 15 natural colored wethers. Wethers weighing from 154 to 162 at the ring at this time. We are now showing Class 15 natural colored wethers. Our results from Class 14 natural colored wethers. 10th, TJ Rumsey, Colorado. 9th, Grace McCurdy, Ohio. 8th, Riley Silkworth, Florida. 7th, Kendall Bonner, Oklahoma. 6th, Marshall Miller, Ohio. 5th, Luke Thomas, Oklahoma. 4th, Lila Kephart, Indiana. 3rd, Riley Walker, Iowa. 2nd, Wyatt Acey, Kentucky. And our class winner from Natural Colored Market Lambs, Class 14, goes to Addison Zerbach, Oregon. We are now showing Class 15 natural colored wethers. If you are done with your lamb today and you would like to sell that sheep direct to the market, we do have a lamb buyer on the dock at C8 on the dock. They are paying $1.70 a pound. If you are interested in selling your lamb, the lamb buyer is at C8 on the dock, and they are paying $1.70 a pound. If you would, let's show our appreciation as we dismiss those young people on the rail for bringing us another great set. Going to make that first call for Class 16 natural colored weathers, weighing 163 to 185. First call for Class 16 natural colored weathers, weighing 163 to 185. We're going to make that first alert. We will be picking champion and reserve champion natural colored weather at the conclusion of Class 16. So if you were fortunate enough to have a first or second in Class 12, 13, or 14, you need to be alert that we will be showing for champion and reserve natural color weather at the conclusion of Class 16. Again, first call. We'll make the second call. We're going to go ahead and move on and make the second call for Class 16 natural colored weathers weighing 163 to 185. We are moving ahead and making the second call for that Class 16. For those exhibitors that are looking for the release credentials to leave the show, we will be giving release forms at the conclusion of this show at the scales at the end of the show ring and at the office across the hall. Those releases will be handed out at the conclusion of the show today, and they will be stationed in two areas, at the end of the show ring at the scales and at the office across the hall. Going to make that last and final call for Class 16 Natural Colored Weathers, weighing 163 pounds to 185 pounds. Last call for Natural Colored Weathers, Class 16. You need to be in the RSG holding ring at this time.
really good top hair on the front end of this deal, and I think both those sheep are awful good, and that's why it took a little longer to try to sort between those two. I kind of knew they were going to come up, and this one was going to go third, but it's kind of one of those deals. This thing's a little bit harder hinge out of his hip and hind leg. He needs to free up just a little bit. This one's getting a little bit more upright in his joints in terms of the way he handles his hock from time to time. This one's body's better right through the base of his forerib than this one. I think this one's back shape's better, and I think he's just truer in terms of his skeletal width. And one for me that just kind of shaped up and a little bit better, and his hind leg looks a little bit better on the plant. He needs to free up moving. I do agree with that, and I wouldn't argue with anybody that says he doesn't. But for me, still, that one kind of puts everything together to win. Really nice sheep here in second. If we can round his lower rib out and lift it up just a notch, I think it's a no-brainer. I think that one wins. I think that one's got a really, really wide, dense back in him. I think his hip and hind leg look ultra cool when you got that thing driven. If you let him rock forward on you, he wants to lock out from time to time. I think that thing travels out well enough, and he holds together pretty well. I just don't think he's quite as shapely and quite as true in his width, maybe, as we find in that class winner, but still an awful good one to go there in second, and a really close pair. I think the really, really big-legged thing that comes here next in line is one that catches your eye as he comes in, and that one really does some neat things in terms of his back shape, in terms of like the mid part of his back is shaped to his loin and their back. He still balances well, and obviously he's got big furry legs, but right behind his shoulder he needs to be a little bit bigger, and I think at the base of his chest needs to be opened up. And if you do that, I think he competes up high, because you get in behind him, he's big hip, he's got a big outer turn to his leg and a really neat swoop to it as well. I just think that one needs to be bigger chested and a little bit stouter as you come through the middle part of his sternum. I think his sheep that's hard to look at here, the young man said he doesn't really want to get into him and drive real hard. His neck set's kind of thrown off, and his shoulder looks weird because he's not driving. But I think if you read through that, another sheep that's got some shape and some good to him, I think one that's built extremely well from his mid-rib back up high. He's shapely, his loin's good, and he travels around really well for obvious problems he still has right there in his neck. But I still think that one is awful good, and I think he kind of excels the one there next in line in terms of just truer shape to his back. I think the next one may be kind of a little bit off in terms of his loin shape, and kind of weird in terms of the way he handles his top line from time to time. I like that sheep a bunch, though, in terms of his silhouette from the side. You got that one fit well. His belly looks good. His shoulder and everything blend right. He just doesn't handle quite as good as that one right ahead of him. But two of them that are real nice end up in fourth and fifth. A nice class out there. Let's congratulate them.
We are now bringing in Class 16 natural colored wethers weighing 163 to 185. We're now showing Class 16 natural colored wethers. I am going to make the first call and alert for all those first and seconds from Class 12, 13, 14, and 15. We will be selecting our champion and reserve natural colored wether at the conclusion of this class. We are now showing Class 16 natural colored wethers. Our results from Class 15 natural colored wethers. 10th, Riley McGee, Indiana. 9th, Clayton Prue, Oklahoma. 8th, Brindley Shook, Arkansas. 7th, Everett Hewlin, Louisiana. 6th, Cheney Tennant, Indiana. 5th, Cole Ellerbrock, Illinois. 4th, Graham Newsom, Texas. 3rd, Carson Noonan, Iowa. 2nd, Haley Bird, Iowa. And our class winner of Natural Colored Weathers, Class 15, goes to Blake Holman, Illinois. We are now showing Class 16 Natural Colored Weathers and want to make that first alert for all those first and second place Natural Colored Weathers. We will be showing for champion and reserve at the conclusion of this class. If you would, as we come to the conclusion of our natural color division, let's show our appreciation to these young people as we dismiss them off the rail. Going to make that first call for all our first and second place natural colored weathers, class 12, 13, 14, and 15. First call for the RSG holding ring. Going to make that second call for those first and second place natural colored weathers from class 12, 13, 14, and 15. Second call for the first and second place natural colored weathers to the RSG holding ring. We will be picking our champion in reserve at the conclusion of this class. At this time, I am making our first call for class 17 Oxford Weathers, weighing 101 pounds to 152 pounds. First call for Oxford Weathers, weighing 101 pounds to 152 pounds. Going to make that final call for the first and seconds for our champion drive in our natural color division.
I apologize for taking a little extra time, and I'll try to be, I guess, as soft as I can and saying there's not one in here that works for me in terms of just getting out and moving. And all five, and even the 6 and 7, they can't move around the ring. And I'm not saying our class winner does it any better than the one in second or third or fourth. They have to be more coordinated, and they're not. And beyond that, I guess we just have to sift through that and get down to the ones that have some muscle and some productivity, and that's the one that I used. That's a big muscled one. He can't move his hind leg very well at all, but he does have the biggest muscles out here. He has the widest. He's the stoutest up top. He's the most shapely, and he has all those advantages. He's got to be looser structured. The same thing with the next one. He's geeky. He's up. He's cool looking. He's shapely. That one's too rigid in his hind leg. As we move down to the next one, kind of the same thing. That one kind of gets off in his spine. And you know, and it's not quite as good body and kind of flatter looking to me, but still one that has some shape and has some muscle up top to sort there in third. As we go down to the next one, really productively designed, wide, stout, big rib, kind of a sheep that just gets kind of uncoordinated as he walks. He just doesn't hold that much together. His legs are kind of, off in terms of the way he handles his hock and his knee for me. But still, like we said, one that has some rib shape and some body and some stoutness. The one that ends up our top five, tremendous amount of muscle, really big-ended, kind of a sheep, giant back. That one's just kind of low-fronted and doesn't handle himself as he travels. We could pick him up. That's an awful good sheep, and I think he probably needs to weigh a little less. He kind of gets outsized in here and outpowered in terms of just frame size. But again, another nice sheep, nice class, not to be harsh, but just trying to figure out through those things which ones beyond the structure issue we had to move up, and that's how it settled out.
As we bring those those first placing natural color weathers to the ring, our class winner in Class 12 goes to Stella Anthauer, Iowa. Our class winner in Class 13 is Hayes Henderson, Mississippi. Our class winner in Class 14 was Addison Zerbach, Oregon. Our class winner in Class 15 goes to Blake Homan, Illinois. And our class winner in Class 16 goes to Whitney Williams, Minnesota. Our second place representative from Class 12 comes from McKinley Clem, Texas. Our second place representative in Class 13 comes from Madden Wise, Texas. Our second place representative in Class 14 comes from Wyatt Acey, Kentucky. Our second place representative in Class 15 comes from Haley Bird, Iowa. And our second place class representative in Class 16 comes from Wyatt Nixon, Wisconsin. We are now selecting our champion and reserve champion natural colored weather. We are making our second and third call for the Oxford Class 17 to the RSG holding ring. Third and final call for Class 17 Oxford Weathers weighing 101 to 152 pounds to the RSG holding ring.
As a wrap on our natural division here, again, I think 10 of them out here that come together pretty good for me in terms of just being good sheep in this front line and on the second line as well. And I kind of got it narrowed down to a few kind of in the heart of this deal. And I think there's some really nice sheep. And I think there is two that stand out for me. Just, again, athletic, good looking, have some shape, have some power. Still ones that move their hip and hind leg right and get their knee out and move it and flex it as well. A couple of them that are really, really good. And again, it's close between all these things. I think there's probably 4 of them in the running, but got to settle on 2 of them, and I think I have. So congratulate those kids, and we'll go out to select your Granite Reserve Natural real quick.
Our natural color champion market lamb comes from Class 15, Blake Holman, Illinois. Our reserve champion natural colored wether comes from Class 13, Hayes Henderson, Mississippi. Are you ready? We're going to take a couple minute break here, and we'll give you the results of the Class 16 natural colored wethers. Our results of Class 16. 10th, Lucy Scher, Michigan. 9th, Johnny Ann McDonald, Indiana. 8th, McKenna Snyder, Ohio. 7th, Katie Chabot, Texas. 6th, Braylon Brunkhorst, Missouri. 5th, Grace McCurdy, Ohio. 4th, Cade Charmison, Oklahoma. 3rd, Emma Kurtzwell, Wisconsin. 2nd, Wyatt Nixon, Wisconsin. And our class winner from Natural Colored Wethers, Class 16, comes from Whitney Williams, Minnesota. That ain't gonna happen. Let me tell you, I'm not a track star. Yeah, there won't be no marathon. Would we got anything done anyway? Yeah, but you wouldn't have got to see me. No, it's just nothing like the in-person impression. Did we lose all? All right, if you would, let's go ahead and bring that Class 17 Oxford Weathers to the ring at this time. Oxford Weathers, Class 17, lambs weighing 101 to 152 pounds are entering the ring at this time. Going to make that first call for Class 18 Oxford Weathers to the RSG holding ring. First call, Oxford Weathers, weighing 153 to 186 pounds to the RSG holding ring. If you would, let's show our appreciations for another real good division as we dismiss those young people along the rail. going to make that second call for Oxford Weathers, weighing 153 to 186 pounds, class 18, to the RSG holding ring. Second call, class 18 Oxford Weathers to the holding ring. For those exhibitors that are looking for their releases to leave the fairgrounds, we will be writing those credentials at the conclusion of the show today. They will be handing those out at the scales in the north end of the ring and across the hall in the office. So if you are leaving today and you need your release forms, those will be available after the show at the scales and across the hall at the office. If you are done with your lamb today and you would like to sell that sheep direct, they are buying lambs at the dock at C8 for $1.70 a pound. You can sell your lambs at the dock at C8 for $1.70 a pound. Going to make that last call, final call for Class 18 Oxford Weathers, weighing 153 to 186 pounds. If you are in Class 18 and you are an Oxford Market Lamb, you need to be in this holding ring at this time.
Awful good set of Oxfords out here, and I think our top two kind of sort together for me in terms of being some power sheep that have some good to them in terms of their skeletons. And I think the first one for me just is more relaxed. And some people may say he's a little bit long-spined and his back's not strong enough or whatever you want to talk, but that kind of adds to its flexibility for me. I think Cat's around out here and gets around and moves good. You get your hands on him, he's extremely good to the touch. That one's dense, he's hard, he's shapely, and that one just comes together extremely well. His belly and underline, the way his chest tucks up in relation to that one there in second. He's still better shouldered and necked and headed, I think, as well, and I just think just more complete package, more ideal in terms of his appearance from the side view, and I think that one's pretty good. The one here in second, really, really big muscled kind of a sheep, really big back, really big ended. I think when you start analyzing that one, kind of like we talked to his negatives, his shoulder's not as good as our class winner, his neck's chuffier, and his head's not quite as neat in the way it gets out there and presents itself. He's shorter backed, and I think a lot of people use that as a positive term these days. But for me, it makes his back want to go up, and you can see what he did right there. He's pushing his back down a little bit to try to level him out. We need to level that thing's back and smooth his loin up just a little bit in relation to that one up there. If he drops a little bit in his back, that wouldn't hurt my feelings at all in terms of when he walks around. But really nice sheep right there that's stout and real good looking as well. I think the really, really pretty one is the one that comes next in line. You have to just kind of search your priorities and figure out if you like the two that have more muscle or you like this guy. And if you like this one, you run him up. I'm not going to argue with you as long as you tell me that's the one that's taller fronted and more geeked out, but he's not as wide. And that's exactly what he is. I mean, he's really cool featured. He's really good shape to his back. He's just not as wide all the way through, and I think you can read that from the side view. You can definitely read it when you get in behind. He must have flattened just a little bit, kind of rounder and plainer in his shape just a notch in relation to those top two, but still for me more athletic than the one we have next in line in terms of trimness and cutability, and that's why he sorts up. A stouter sheep in fourth that kind of pairs up with our that kind of pairs up with ours too in the front in terms of just sheer width and muscle and stoutness. That one's a little chubbier for me and kind of gets a planer through his lower third of his body. He needs to be tucked up and kind of trimmed up a little bit. He's got a bunch of muscle and he's good there, but he just is not quite as athletic as we find in those others up there in the top three. As we get into fifth here, another nice sheep that touches extremely well. And I kind of found some problems with this one as we worked up higher in terms of the way his shoulder sets in him, and he wants to get a little bit straight, more upright in his knee. And you can kind of correlate that back into the way he handles his hock. He's just kind of straight off both ends, and his skeleton doesn't sit right in him. I think that one relaxes, kind of like we talked about those others, relaxes back, relaxes joints, and set him down, and I think that one looks a little bit better as he travels and when he's set. But another nice sheep, really terminal, good trim kind of a sheep to end up that top five. Nice class to get a starter in that division.
We are now bringing in Class 18 Oxford Weathers, weighing 153 to 186 pounds. Our results of Class 17 Oxford Weathers. 10th goes to Michaela Talbot, Michigan. 9th, Brindley Bollinger, Ohio. 8th, Maisie Stalling, Indiana. 7th, Marshall Hall, Tennessee. 6th, Reese Eller, Nebraska. 5th, Jack Thalen, Michigan. 4th, Kaylee Kapaski, Michigan. 3rd, Matt Minnick, Indiana. 2nd, Carson Norup, Ohio. And our class winner of Oxford Class 17 comes from Hayes Henderson, Mississippi. We are now showing Class 18 Oxford Weathers. We will need those first and second place lambs from Class 17 at the conclusion of this class. We will be picking our champion and reserve Oxford at the conclusion of this class, and we will need that first and second at the conclusion of this class. If you would, put our hands together and show your appreciation for the young people as we dismiss them from the ring. Going to make that first call for Shropshire Class 19, lambs weighing 90 to 146 pounds. First call, Shropshire Class 19, for those lambs weighing 90 to 146 pounds. We do need to put you on alert for those 2 lambs out of the Oxford Class 17, Hayes Henderson and Carson Norup, for our champion and reserve champion drive at the conclusion of this class. Going to make that second call for Class 19 Shropshire Weathers, weighing 90 to 146 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Second call, Class 19 Shropshire Weathers to the RSG holding ring. At the conclusion of this class, we will select our champion and reserve champion. Oxford need to have those two from Class 17 on standby in the holding ring. I am making the final call for Class 19 Shropshire Weathers, weighing 90 to 146 pounds. You need to be in the RSG holding ring. Last call, Class 19, Shropshire Market Lambs, Class 19 to the holding ring.
another nice class out here, and kind of came down between these two for me, and then just trying to figure out which one again presents us more athletically. And that one that wins, I think, does that extremely well in terms of his back shape, his body, his correctness in terms of when he gets out and on the travel. And I think that's what kind of separated those top three. Let that guy move out, and that one kind of holds himself together a little bit better. I'd like to relax his spine ever so slightly as he moves, but still, I think that one moves around extremely well, maintains himself. That one's tall-shouldered. He's good-fronted. He's one that's got enough rib and body to him in terms of his dimension and shape up top as well. I like that sheep in terms of just being a real nice, solid kind of a sheep. The one that sorts here in second, I kind of had my eye on that one as he comes in. I mean, that one's dolled up pretty good and looks good from the side. His loin's a little off, and the way he moves out, he wants to get a little bit lower fronted and kind of bad in terms of the way he handles his neck. But I still like that one up top in terms of his shape and his dimension and his look from the side. But another one that just kind of follows suit for me in terms of just being pretty complete. The next one in line, probably the thickest one out here in terms of just sheer mass. He's powered up. He's got a big old shapely back in him. He's got a bad tie in his top. I don't think his shoulder's quite as good. He's a little bit rounder shouldered and shoulder-necked. And I think when you let that one move, you can kind of see he gets more restricted. Then that added muscle gets to him. He just doesn't travel out quite as good. He kind of labors off his hind leg and kind of makes his hip look shorter and steeper. I just like to make that one just balance a little bit better as he travels out, and maybe balance a little bit better on the side view as well. As we work down, I think a sheep that just planes out for me in terms of just being kind of just not quite as unique, maybe is the term. I like that sheep in terms of just basic fundamentals of just structural build. I think that one's loose enough structured. Not quite as shapely as some, not quite as attractive as some, and probably one that needs to be shallowed up and rounded out in his body. As we end up our top five here, another one from his last strip forward, and even about his loin forward is a really good sheep. But I think his hip, the way he handles his hip and his loin, just concerns me. That one needs to drop his tail and get out and move, and on the brace as well. But another nice class as we work into that drive. Let's congratulate those kids.
As we bring our first and seconds from our two Oxford divisions, our first place Oxford in Class 17 comes from Hayes Henderson, Mississippi. In Class 18, our first place representative comes from Karsten Stevenson, Texas. Our second place representative in Class 17 comes from Carson Norup, Ohio. And our second place representative from Class 18 comes from Landon Liebfried, Wisconsin. We are now selecting our champion and reserve champion, Oxford Weather. If you have a Shropshire Weather in Class 19, you need to be in the holding ring at this time.
Not one to stall if I already know what I'm going to do. So a good set out here. I think both of those classes had a lot of quality in them, but there's two of them out here that just win this deal. And I thought when they walked in the gate in their respective class, they did so fairly quickly, and that's the two lightweights. So let's congratulate them as Granite Reserve.
Our champion Oxford comes from Class 17, shown by Hayes Henderson, Mississippi. Our reserve champion Oxford also comes from Class 17, Carson Norup, Ohio. We are now bringing in Class 19, our Shropshire Weathers, weighing 90 to 146 pounds. We're now showing Class 19 Shropshire Weathers. Our results of Class 18 Oxford Weathers. 10th goes to Emma Tetik, Ohio. 9th goes to Avery Flax, Ohio. 8th goes to Peyton Cartwright, Ohio. 7th goes to Delaney Dute, Ohio. 6th comes from Amy Moore, Texas. 5th goes to Kennedy Mitchell, Indiana. 4th goes to Braden McCoy, West Virginia. 3rd goes to Colby Williams, Minnesota. 2nd goes to Landon Liebfried, Wisconsin. And our winner of Class 18 comes from Karsten Stevenson, Texas. We are now showing our Shropshire Division Class 19 in the ring at this time. If you have lambs that you would like to sell, we do have a lamb buyer at the dock stationed at C8 on the dock. They are paying $1.70 a pound, and they will buy and pay for those lambs there at the truck. They are located at C8 on the dock, and they're paying $1.70 a pound. Also, if you are leaving today, you will need a release to get your truck and trailer and animals out of the gate. Those releases will be available at the conclusion of the show. You will be able to get them on the north end of the show ring by the scales, and you will also be able to get those across the hall in the office. Going to make that first call for Class 20 Shropshire Weathers, weighing 147 to 159 pounds to the RSG holding ring. First call, Shropshire Weathers, weighing 147 to 159 pounds to the RSG holding ring. Class 20 Shropshire Weathers. If you would, let's show our appreciation for those young people as we dismiss them off the rail for another very competitive division. We're going to go ahead and make that second call for Class 20 Shropshire Weathers, weighing 147 to 159 pounds. Second call, Shropshire Weathers, Class 20 to the RSG holding ring. Going to make that final call for Class 20 Shropshire Weathers to the RSG holding ring. Final call, Class 20 Shropshire Weathers, weighing 147 to 159 pounds, to the RSG holding ring.
Kind of odd class to sort through here. Again, just trying to land on athletic ones and trying to find these things that are still trim and good bodied, and I think that's the class winner. By far the most expressive in shape and trimmest over his forerib, and I think that's what we fall into as we get into second and third, maybe some sheep that have a little bit more white muscle than they actually have width. And that was my question on that class winner, is that one wide enough? And you get around in front of that one and read its chest width and read its back shape and read its hip and leg shape. That one's big everywhere. That one progresses right. That one's got a big turn to its back. It's got a big turn to its stifle, and that one handles extremely good over its loin as well. It still maintains the trimmest physique out here in terms of just being good to the lower one-third of its body and over its forerib. The one in second, kind of the one I had picked to be the class winner as it comes in. I like that sheep a bunch, but if you start really reading that one in terms of the way he's built, that one's a little bit opened up right there at the base of its chest and kind of gets a little bit plainer and nondescript up top. Get your hands over his forerib. That one's wanting to get push a little bit of fat right there in his elbow pocket. He gets a little narrow at the top of his tail head. Sure, he's probably smoother and maybe wider appearing than that one there directly ahead of him. I just don't think that one's as true in his composition as we find in that class winner, and that's why he sorts there in second, but an awful nice sheep there as well. As we get into third, another one that kind of ran into some problems for me. Love his swoop to his belly, but get around in front of that one. That one's the most closed up in his chest. Read him down his top line, and he wants to deviate and get a little bit rough for me. Again, that one's got a big old bulging leg from the side, and when you read that and kind of read its hind leg set, that one's got a little bit of extra set to it, and it just kind of throws his balance off for me from the side. The way that one's put together is just kind of wonky, and I really don't know how to put my finger on it. That one just doesn't hit me quite as hard. Maybe his lower forerib's flat, his shoulder doesn't lay in quite as unique maybe as some of the others, but again, really neat turn to his stifle, smooth his back out, and kind of change his forerib and front end, and I like that one a little bit better. As we work into fourth, the young man fought through that, and congratulate him for that for sure. He really got that thing shown finally, and he surfaced up to this top five. Unfortunately, we couldn't work him up any higher. When that thing travels, you got to keep his head up. He wants to get his head down a little bit. Doesn't travel out quite as well. Maybe not quite the bells and whistles we find in a couple of those others, but still a really nice sheep muscle-wise. Touch is good. Muscle from behind is good in terms of his shape to his stifle. Maybe not quite as good right there behind his shoulder in terms of just rack shape and up and turn to his rack, but still a really nice sheep the young man does a great job with. Kind of the same thing that falls into fifth. Another really complete kind of a sheep that's built functional in terms of his feet and legs and built good enough in his body. That one just is plainer to his top. He's not quite as expressive. He's not quite as up. He doesn't have quite the handle we find in those other ones, and he may have a little bit more skin as well that kind of throws him off. Another nice sheep, though, just needs to be a little bit better in terms of the way he looks from the side, or excuse me, in terms of the way he handles, because he looks really nice from the side propped up.
We are now bringing in Class 20 Shropshire Weathers weighing 147 to 159 pounds to the ring at this time. We are now showing Class 20 Shropshire Weathers. Our results of Class 19 Shropshire Weathers. 10th goes to Lucy Scher, Michigan. 9th goes for those that have joined us late today, I would like to recognize our judge today, Matt Kennedy from Waller, Texas. He is a graduate of Texas A&M, where he was on the 2002 National Champion Livestock Judging Team, and he also had the honor of coaching the National Wool Judging Team at Texas A&M. He received his master's degree in ruminant nutrition in 2007. Matt owns and operates his own clubland flock and AIs over 9,000 ewes throughout the United States. If you would, please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Matt Kennedy and thank him for doing a great job evaluating our Market Lamb show today. If you would, let's put our hands together and show our appreciation to the young people as we dismiss those young people along the rail. Couple of housekeeping notes. Those of you that would like to leave today, We will be giving the releases out at the conclusion of the show. We will have a table on the north end of the show ring by the scales that they will be giving releases. And they will also be giving releases in the hall, in the office across the hall. And those will be available at the conclusion of the show. If you are wanting to sell your lambs today, we do have a lamb buyer on the dock located at C8. If you are interested, they are giving $1.70 a pound. And again, they are located on the dock at C8. Going to make that first call for Class 21 Shropshire Weathers, weighing 160 to 183 pounds. First call, Shropshire Weathers, Class 21, to the RSG holding ring. Going to make that second call for Class 21 Shropshire Weathers to the RSG holding ring. Second call, Class 21 Shropshire Weathers, weighing 160 to 183 pounds. Second call, Class 21 Shropshire Weathers. Last call for Class 21, Shropshire Weathers. Weathers weighing 160 to 183 pounds. Last call for Shropshire Weathers, Class 21. You need to be in the RSG holding ring at this time.
Good set of sheep up here on this top end, and I really like these two that win. And within that pair, I just think that one that wins is put together a little bit better and more organized in his spine. And I think you read his shoulder. His angle to his shoulder's better. The points of his shoulder are better. He's better right there at the base of his chest as well. Maybe not quite as dimensional when you read him right there by the mid part of his rib, but still one up top is just super expressive. One that travels well and maintains himself really well. Gives you a really good eye view here from the 3/4 and just really put together nice in terms of his top line and transition into his loin. And one that still has enough outer flare to his leg and stoutness. Go ahead and beat one that is awful good here in second. I think if we could just reorganize that one's front end just a nickel, I think that one's awful good. Because about his shoulder blade back, like that one's incredible. Like right up there in the front, he's a little bit off in terms of the way his blade sits in him. His base of his chest may get just a notch deep for me and a little bit flatter through the lower part of his forerib. But from there back, that thing's incredible. That's a giant rib caged animal with a big old back in him. And super stout and just really athletic as he travels. I just want to change him up there a little bit, but still one that deserves to be up here and to be talked about for sure. I think as we get to the next one in line, I like this sheep quite a bit as well. I think that one's expressive and shapely. I don't think he's quite as true in his hip design maybe as we find in those top two. I think his loin suffers a little bit, and I think if you read him in terms of his back, he wants to get a little bit too much deviation for me in terms of the way his spine hooks up right there into his loin and the mid part of his back, but still one you have to appreciate quite a bit. As we work down to the next one, that's the power sheep in class. That one, when you get in behind him, that one's got enough for about 3 of them. He is tremendous in terms of his turn to his leg and his back. That one's hip just reads short to me, and the way his hip and hind leg are organized isn't right. I think he needs to stride out better. He needs to lift his tail and have a little bit more length of hip to him. Front side of his body's good. I think that one's a big chested. He's wide and stout up there, and he opens up pretty good right behind his shoulder. I just like to change the way he travels off his back end and maybe free him up just a notch more, but a really good sheep there in fourth. the one that ends up our class here in 5th. Another one you appreciate in terms of just his silhouette from the side as you get him propped up. That one props up nice. His belly's good. His front end's nice. But let that one go and start walking him. He just goes down too much. We need to get that thing's head and neck out of him and let him travel out, maybe lengthen his neck and his front end out a little bit. But really nice sheep nonetheless. It's fit up well and handles incredible. I just like to see that one move just a little bit better. But nice class out here. Congratulate those kids if you would, please.
We are now bringing in Shropshire Class 21 lambs weighing 160 to 183 pounds. We are now showing Class 21 Shropshire wethers. I am going to put our 2 prior Shropshire class winners and seconds on alert. We will be showing for champion Shropshire wether at the conclusion of this class. So those lambs that were first and second in class 19 and 20, you need to be aware we will be showing for champion and reserve Shropshire wether at the conclusion of this class. Our results from class 20: 10th, Lauren Fry; 9th, McKenna Kemple; 8th, Addison Roberts, Oregon; 7th, Audrey Rothlenbuehler, Indiana; 6th, Marshall Hall, Tennessee; 5th, Josie Johnson, Nebraska; 4th, Cade Schaefer, Texas; 3rd, Kennedy Mitchell, Indiana; 2nd, Blake Burns, Texas. And our class winner from Shropshire Class 20 goes to Hannah Seaver, California. If you would, if you'd show your appreciation to the young people that we dismiss along the rail for bringing us another very competitive division. Gonna make that call for that first call for the first and seconds from class 19 and 20. We will be, for our Shropshire division, we will be showing for our champion and reserve at the conclusion of this class. Also, I am going to make the first call for class 22, Southdown Weathers, weighing 99 to 135 pounds. First call for our first and second place Shropshire Weathers in class 19 and 20. And first call for our Southdown Market Lamb class 22, Weathers weighing 99 to 135 pounds. You need to be headed toward the RSG makeup ring. We're going to make that second call for those first and seconds in our Shropshire divisions, class 19 and 20. Second call to the holding ring. We're also going to make our second call for class 22, Southdown Market Lambs, class 22, lambs weighing 99 to 135 pounds, to the RSG holding ring. We will select our champion in reserve, Shropshire Weather, at the conclusion of this class. We do have our first and second representatives from Class 19 in the holding ring. We need to get those two representatives from Class 20 in the holding ring. We will immediately go show for champion in reserve at the conclusion of this class in our Shropshire division. I'm going to make that third and final call for those Southdown lambs in Class 22. You need to have that Class 22 Southdown lambs into the holding ring at this time. I need our first and second place Shropshire lambs from Class 20, Hannah Seaver and Blake Burns, to the holding ring.
Switch those. Another class, a lot of differences, and I still think there's a place to land in this class winner, and kind of puts the good pieces of everything together and tries to come out here and one that's square and stout enough in terms of its loin edge and its hip and its hind leg. When you read him over its forerib, that one needs to have a little bit more outward turn, needs to be stouter through the base of its chest and up high as well. But still, just enough handle to me and freshness and quality that one kind of performs everything in just a lot of areas. It's not a perfect kind of a sheep. I'd like to shallow that one's chest up, like I said, round his rib out, but still one that you have to appreciate being smooth, being good touching, and being fresh. And I think when you're comparing back to the one there in second, I think that one's shoulder's better. I think when it travels, I think the lower part of its shoulder's not as flatter, not quite as round. The sheep here in second's got a ton of muscle as well, but every now and then you let that one get out, young man, and get that thing moving, and he wants to roll his shoulder down, and his back's not quite as unique in terms of the way it handles. And on the drive as well, he wants to kind of come apart on you in terms of his loin shape and his mid part of his back, but still one that's stout. He's good featured. He's got some muscle and some width and some stoutness. As we get into the next one, I just use a higher cutability one here in third, a sheep comparative to those top two that's just not wide enough. That one just needs to be pulled apart through his chest. It needs to be stouter through the base of his rib. That one's fresh enough and good enough up top, but when you get in behind him, he wants to flatten in relation to those top two. Just not enough sheep there going left to right, as we find in those top two. As we get further down, I guess a little bit plainer, nondescript one for me in terms of its back shape. I think if this one's shaped up and had a little bit of fat carved off of it, that one's pretty good. That one's features cool. That one presents itself pretty well from the side. That one's just kind of too soft for me when you get your hands on it and just doesn't handle with quite the athleticism as we find in those other ones, but still one that gets out and moves and does some good things in terms of just being skeletally good. I think the next sheep, one that's kind of off in terms of its weight distribution, a sheep that's got a big back, its weight wants to shift forward. That one's a little bit bigger in terms of its shoulder, a little bit deeper in terms of its chest, and just doesn't have quite the quality we find in those other ones. That's why it sorts down there in fifth. But a good set of sheep out there in that last class. Let's give them a hand as we work into that drive.
We are now showing for champion and reserve champion Shropshire Weather. Our first place representative from Class 19 goes to Landry Krieger, Indiana. Our class winning representative from Class 20 comes from Hannah Seaver, California. Our class winning representative from Class 21 goes to Samantha Williams, Minnesota. Our second place representative from Class 19 comes from George Schwab, Pennsylvania. Our second place representative from Class 20 comes from Blake Burns, Texas. And our representative from Class 21 comes from Dawson Staley, Ohio. At this time, I am making our final call for Class 22 Southdown Weathers to be in the RSG holding ring at this time. Final call for Class 22 Southdown Weathers.
Well, nice set of sheep out here, and I think there's a couple of them that just balance up a little bit better and have a little bit better look to them from the side out here for me that we're going to go ahead and settle on. I think there's some of them in the, in the front and back side that probably have a good future ahead of them, but I think there's two of them for me that just hit me harder in terms of just being acceptable in terms of the way they're built out here today. Their flank lines are better. Their top line is a little bit better in terms of levelness, and their shoulder angle and the way they hold their shoulder together is a little bit better. But a good set all the way through. Again, a really nice set of six out here. Congratulate those kids, and we'll go out and shake the hand of that Granite Reserve.
Our champion Shropshire Weather comes from Class 20. That lamb is represented by Hannah Seaver, California. Our reserve champion Shropshire Weather comes from Class 21, and that lamb is shown by Samantha Williams, Minnesota. We are now bringing in Class 22 Southdown Weathers weighing 99 to 135 pounds in the ring at this time. We are now showing Class 22 Southdown Weathers. Our results of Class 21 Shropshire Weathers. 10th, Kenzie Menon, Indiana. 9th, Kinley Hansen, Iowa. 8th, Easton Zerbach, Oregon. 7th, Jake Jordan, Indiana. 6th, Tate Goodman, Minnesota. 5th, Montgomery Bertram, West Virginia. 4th, Channing LaRue, Texas. 3rd, Laney Allen, Oklahoma. 2nd, Dawson Staley, Ohio. And the winner of our Shropshire Class 21 goes to Samantha Williams, which is also our reserve champion Shropshire Weather from Minnesota. If you would, if we could show our appreciation as we dismiss those young people along the rail for bringing us another very competitive division. Going to make that first call for Class 23, Southdown Market Lambs, weighing 136 to 167 pounds to the RSG holding ring. First call, Class 23, Southdown Market Lambs. Going to make that second call for Class 23 Southdown Weathers. Second call for Class 23 Southdown Weathers, weighing 136 to 167 pounds. You need to be in the RSG holding ring. Going to make that last and final call for Class 23 Southdown Market Lambs, weighing 136 to 167. You need to be in the holding ring at this time. Final call for Class 23 Southdown Market Lambs to the RSG holding ring at this time.
really good set of downs out here in this class, and I think the one that wins, that kind of does it for me pretty quickly. I kind of dig that one in terms of just his build, his squareness, his stoutness, and I think that one gets around in motors pretty well. Every now and then he wants to get his back up, but I think if that young lady would just let him go, I think that one comes together extremely well. That's an awful nice sheep. He's got a really big turn to his back. He's awful good in terms of the way he handles over his loin and out of his hip, and one that's just really, really complete in terms of the way he's built and his structure and muscle. I think the one that kind of maybe for me in projecting him out, this thing right here is going to be a bad cat in a few months. I think that one's probably a little bit sportier from time to time in terms of the way he gets up and gets going. Get that thing stretched out and get his hind legs setting him a little bit better. I think that one's awful good. That one runs uphill, and he's got a really good back in him as well. I think his flank line's really good. Right now, I don't think he's quite as fresh and quite as good of the touch maybe as that class winner is. He's not quite as stout right there over his loin edge as I find in that other one, but still one that's awful good. As we get into third, I just think one that kind of gets out power in terms of just stretch and length and elevation from time to time out here. You catch him on the side view, that one props up nice, but these bigger sheep out here, when I say bigger, that's kind of a relative term. They're not that much bigger in terms of weight, but they're a little bit more elevated maybe, and they're a little bit longer neck. That one looks a little bit in terms of gassed up a little bit, and his back wants to get up in him from time to time as you get your hands on him. It kind of throws his loin off just a little bit, but I still think that one's smoother and better to the touch. His shoulder is better than the one we have there directly behind him. The one behind him is the power one of the group. That's the biggest muscled one out here. That's the biggest muscled one we've seen for sure in this Southdown deal. He's really got a big turn to his stifle. He's really big up top. He just has his shoulder and the back issues to go along with it. He's kind of round about the points of his shoulder. His back wants to get a little bit up and right in the middle there, and kind of wants to deviate in terms of his top line a little bit too much. I think you get that smooth out and slow him down in terms of just get that thing a little bit smoother for me, and just make him look a little bit more ideal from the side. Really nice sheep that touches good, that comes next in line. I'm going to say this in relation to this class, he just doesn't read quite as open maybe and stout as some of them. And when you get him on the side view, he doesn't come together quite as well as some of them do for me. Young lady has done a great job of getting him shown, and she gets him propped up out of here. I just think that thing's hind leg needs to be a little bit better. His forerib needs to be a little bit more opened up, and he needs to be opened up through his chest just a notch more. But a good set of 5 out here and a good set all the way through that class. Let's congratulate those kiddos if you would, please.
We are now bringing in Class 23 Southdown Weathers weighing 136 to 167 pounds. We are now showing Southdown Class 23. Our results from Southdown Class 22. 10th goes to Morgan Hernandez. Morgan is from Texas. 9th goes to Annie Thompson, Oklahoma. 8th goes to Corbin Down, Illinois. 7th goes to Collins Clem, Texas. 6th goes to Madison Mutina, Texas. 5th, Bayer Herod, Texas. 4th, Emily Mutina, Texas. 3rd, Quinn Dixon, Texas. 2nd, Chloe Clem, Texas. And the class winner in our Southdown Class 22 goes to McKinley Clem, Texas. Exhibitors, if you are leaving today, you will need a release. You can get those releases at the conclusion of the show. They will have them at the table by the scales, and they will also have them in the office across the hall. You will need a release to get through the gates. If you do want to sell your lambs direct, they are buying lambs on the dock at C8 at the dock. They are giving $1.70 a pound. So if you're interested in selling your lambs, you can take them to C8 on the dock and you will receive payment of $1.70 a pound. If you would, please put your hands together and appreciate these young people as we dismiss them from the ring for another very competitive division.
Pretty good way to finish this off. This thing right here just kind of dog walks this class. That's an incredible animal. I don't care what breed he is. Get on the side of that one and top of that one. That one's flat good. That one's built right. His cage is good. He's smooth. His handle's great. That one wins, and I don't really think we got to talk too much about him because if you can't see it, there's not much I can say to convince you otherwise. So going into second and third, I think that's a pair, and I made it a pair because I think those sheep kind of have give and takes. The stouter ended one's in third, the better built one's in second for me. And when I say better built, I think that one's hind leg works better. I'm not saying either one of them are perfect in terms of the way their chest is built and the front part of their chest, but I still like this one's hind leg, and especially when you get that one on side view, it maintained its top line better. From time to time, the one there in third wants to get up and kind of high in its chine and kind of drop its loin down and kind of throw its balance off. And I think this sheep just stays more balanced for me, more extension and more elevation in terms of its shoulder and neck, and especially the base of its chest. I like this sheep in terms of a muscle piece a lot. That one's big backed, he's big ended, but like we said, you can see it there, right there at the base of its chest, it's kind of off. And I think when you get on that one and drive him, I think he wants to drop his loin down and get high up in his back there, the front part of his chine, as you could kind of see there, and it just throws his balance off. Really good sheep that sorts here in fourth. It kind of ran into a hornet's nest up in the top end of this deal. Doesn't have quite the length and extension and this profile that we find in those other ones. This one's kind of shorter fronted and shorter necked and just doesn't kind of, in this big of a ring, just doesn't get out here and give you the best picture in relation to those others. This one needs to be stretched out and lifted up and maybe trimmed down just a notch. And I'd like to see his skin maybe just a notch better when you read him right over his loin as well. Bigger, framier kind of sheep that's really extended, kind of counters that one there in fourth. Long-sided, real tall-fronted, real neat looking, but that one just doesn't hit me quite as stout maybe as those others. And I'm not saying he doesn't have muscle because he's got some. I'm saying the stoutness through the center part of his body and his cage. I like to open him up and just stouten him up all the way through the center part of his skeleton. But a nice set of sheep, a really good when they win that class. Let's congratulate them if you would, please.
At this time, we are bringing in our champion, our class-winning Southdown Weathers. Our representative from Class 22, our class winner, comes from McKinley Clem, Texas. Our class winner from Class 23 comes from Maverick Rural, Iowa. Our second place representative in Class 22 comes from Chloe Clem, Texas. And our second place representative from Class 23 comes from Staten Silvers, Texas. We are now selecting your champion and reserve champion, Southdown Weather. Our placings in Class 23 Southdown Weathers. 10th, Mallory Snyder, Ohio. 9th, Kaylee Galindo, California. 8th, Landry Krieger, Indiana. 7th, Gentry Meganson, Illinois. 6th, Blake Martin, Ohio. 5th, Kirsten Stevenson, Texas. 4th, Toby Day Mitchell, Oklahoma. 3rd, Katie Chabot, Texas. 2nd, Staten Silvers, Texas. And our class winner from Southdown Class 23 comes from Maverick Rural, Iowa.
as we get our down classes wrapped up. I think a really good set of them out here, and I think both these classes have a lot of good ones in them. But obviously, there's one that's going to win, and I think it's between a couple of them for reserve, that second in that heavy class and that lightweight there. And you just got to pick your poison on that one. I think both those are really good sheep. We'll go out and shake the hand of that young man that wins, and then we'll go take a look at one of those one more time and shake the hand of that reserve. But congratulate those kids one more time, if you would, please.
Our champion Southdown comes from Class 23 and is shown by Maverick Rule, Iowa. Our reserve champion Southdown Weather also comes from Class 23, shown by Staten Silvers. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our show for today. We will resume tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. If you do need a pass for a release and leaving the fairgrounds today, those will be available on the north side of the ring, by the scales, or in the office across the hall.